which is an African word meaning everything's okay as a nada, but Latin word for whole thing. Recognize the things that are missing. Next time you want to spell it, say, oh no, there's such a lacuna in the like. All right, so let's go. First thing we should say off the bat is we have a little bit of problem identifying which Hillel are talking about because they were. He himself had was made a member of a scion, he was a member of a dynasty of rabbis that could have another Rabbi Hillel. And so when someone mentions Hillel says, sometimes it's not clear which Hillel are we talking about. There is a tendency to place all of these Hillels in one passage. So in reality, it could be that we're speaking about Hillels that were separated by essentially for 300 years. It's created a small industry of rabbinic scholars trying to tease out which Hillel is which, and I'm not going to try to untangle that for the audience. For the most part, we're going to be restricting our remarks to Hillel that is dominant in the classic text of morality, Pirkei Avot, cited from Pirkei Avot, God willing. And most of the sayings I'll be making about Hillel tonight are most likely applying to that same Hillel that lived at this time. Although, as a kind of disclaimer, the thing that is a matter of scholarly debate, Hillel, they were Tanaim all. They're all Tanaim, which the question refers to what generation of scholars did they occupy, which here the time basically about the year 200 common era, year 300 or 400, 500-600 years of scholars that are all that kind of a volume. After that comes the period as the Amoraim. Return to this at the very end. So here's a couple of passages. Here's one passage that you probably have heard of. One of Hillel's most famous. Well, very first chapter. I am not myself who will find that in all kinds of and he came and he lead that word literally is poetic, right? And then the next clause is if I am only myself, what am I? The first clause says, or the first statement says, if I don't take care of him, no, who's going to do that? I really have to put myself first. But on the other hand, if I'm always putting myself first, what good am I? I'm selfish. And third, if not now, when? I have to decide this right now. Am I going to be only for myself? Well, how am I going to balance this thing? Statement. I often tell my children that I wish they could memorize the entire text of Scripture. Keep it such a phenomenal treasure trove of wisdom such a statement. I will tell you that I get a lot of these things off the internet, and I just look around for inspiration. And I made the mistake of typing Einani Li, right, the Hebrew phrase, and it appears that this is a very popular tattoo in Israel. I mean, I saw all these pictures, and I turned off the internet. Almost they have all these pictures of women, men with this phrase. Nobody puts the other part. It's only the first one. That's what I'm thinking about. Sort of like whoever's getting these things, they're saying, I have to take care of myself. I'm number one. They forget about what happens if I only take care of myself. Nobody has the tattoo. Look, nobody has a tattoo. If I'm only for myself, fine. But the third one is essential. So that's Hillel's arguably his most famous statement. Let's understand a little bit of the historical context of his life. Hillel spans the greatest centers of population at the turn of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. They Iraq, and also at the time of the destruction of the first temple, much of the Jewish population exiled from Israel. That's the 6th century era. Traveled up for a present river and then followed it downward. The rivers flow this way and more Babylon several major centers that lasted really until the 20th century in southern Babylon, Iraq. That was a major center of creative energy. I think of, like, let's say, the establishment of Israel in 1920, comparing 1920s to New York City, and Israel is, of course, the spiritual part of the world. But New York City is Babylon. Babylon, at least Babylon was where most things were happening, and this was all the way through the 6th century, in particular, the Babylonian Talmud. Hillel, the rabbi, is also known as Hillel Habab, Hillel the Babylonian. He was born in Babylon, and he made his way back to Israel, where he achieved fame. The historical context is the waning period of the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, the Hasmonean dynasty. Are the Jewish kings for a couple of hundred years were able to wrest control of the land of Israel from their
Yo, how are you?
their Hellenistic.
I'm here, baby.
That began with Africa, very successful dynasty of Hashmonaim.
I'm here, baby. How are you? What's good? What's good? Ooh. How did she get?
But that's the period in which Israel came to power. Herod also having ironically Israel that he recreated as perhaps popularity, certainly a legacy hunter. Speak about him in much greater detail. Salome, another time. Let's save that question for later. His ancestors were converted forces. As a result, we're going to have to think about that one in the lecture on Salome. I'm going to slide much of Herod's biography. It's significant that Hillel's life and his career coincided with Herod's quite important role in Israel. Told, by the way, from the year 36 for the Common Era to the year 4 Common Era. Now, let's try and figure out with a little bit more precision exactly when Hillel lived. We have a couple of Talmudic statements, which cannot be taken literally, must be taken seriously, but not necessarily literally. They may have been meant to make poetic. For example, in that section that describes many people lived 100 years, of course, you're say, 120, blessing, long life. Talmud lists of 120, I think, well in that list. He lived apparently, Talmud says, 40 years in Babylon, and then 40 years as a 40 years reigned as Nasi until his death. year 33 era, and if you take that year 120, it means that according to our calculation, he was born sometime around the year 116 before the Common Era, and died in the year of the number is not an exaggeration. Clearly, his years overlapped with an extremely important period in Jewish history with Herod and also with Jesus. He was apparently a wood chopper. And as an example of Mesirat Nefesh, kind of self-sacrifice that the person could undertake study, quotes one of the on Hillel's life. It's got life and teachings of Hillel. Also, a very wonderful book by Rabbi Rothschild, If Not Now When, biography of Hillel as well. And I'm handy to have the translation. So here's a story from the Talmud, a very famous story about Hillel, looking at the sense of penury that he endured in order to study Torah and his tremendous dedication to the study of Torah. I asked my daughter Elisa about Hillel on our way out here. This is one of the stories that she knows of Hillel. So the famous ones, forgive me if you've heard it before. Our rabbis taught, when a poor man who had neglected the Torah shall appear before the divine judgment, he asked, why did you not occupy yourself with Torah study? If he answered, I was poor and overwhelmed with the eternal living, they will say to him, poorer than Hillel, nation. What's the story? Because when Hillel the elder was a young man, he went out to work every day and earned just one tarpik coin, a very small amount of money. Half of it he gave to the doorkeeper of the house of study for the admission fee, and with the other half he supported himself and his family. We'll get back to the idea that apparently to get into the yeshiva you had to pay a coin. Nowadays we don't bother with that at all. We have tuition. Now this, but they apparently you have to pay the card. By the way, Hillel became Nasi. First acts away with the card and the policy of admission study hall. They became public study. Anyway, once being unable to find work for the day, he had no money and the doorkeeper would not allow him to enter. So he climbed up onto the roof, swung himself over to the skylight, where he sat down to the words of the living God from the mouths of Shemaiah and Abtalion. Those were his. This happened on a Friday before the Shabbat and during the winter month of Tishrei. That would be around January. Snow started to fall, a very rare occurrence. But Hillel was so absorbed in what he was hearing that he did not even notice. Before long, though, he was covered over with a blanket of snow and lost consciousness. He lay there all through the night. On Shabbos morning, when learning resumed in the house of study, Shemaiah said to Abtalion, brother, every day the hall is well lit by the sun. Why is it still dark? It's such a cloudy day today. They raised their eyes and saw the figure of a man on the skylight. When they went up, they found him covered with a layer of snow fully 4 feet thick. That's a pretty amazing. After removing the snow, they took him down, washed him, and rubbed him over with oil, and placed him on fire. All of these things are discussed, by the way, in the context of when are you allowed to violate the Sabbath. When they became aware of what had happened and why Hillel was on the roof, they remarked, as they attended to him, someone like this is worthy that Shabbat violated for his sake. Very famous story. There's a lot about Hillel's dedication. If we look at those dates that we had before, this 40-year-old man on the roof, it doesn't sound, as Rabbi Rothschild said, it doesn't sound like the story of a 40-year-old man. It sounds like a very impetuous 1-year-old man, something like that. Dates may not be quite right, but nevertheless, get a sense of Hillel's character of Torah. And he had gone specifically to study under the great Rabbi Shemaiah. About that. We don't know anything about his parents, although there is a tradition that he is a direct descendant of David. We know that he had a brother named Shebna who went into business and succeeded tremendously. Shebna later approached Hillel, again, a wood chopper, and said, listen, Hillel, why don't we do known as a Yisachar's relationship, which these two of the tribes of Israel. Issachar was very interested in learning, but not so much in making a living. Zebulun was an excellent merchant of the seas. I'll tell you what, with my business, I don't have time to learn so much. You're learning, you don't have time to go out and make money. So how about I pay for learning and I get a share of the merit? I know financial ultimately he refused and he preferred to just learn without any loss of merit. The Talmud discusses this as kind of us love sickness, totally dedicated to the love of God and study of the Torah, not spiritual in some kind of relationship from this. Rejected Shebna's offer, continuing to learn in poverty until eventually as the prince. Now, the appointment of Hillel to princehood is actually kind of an interesting story as well. It says a little bit about these. The story goes like this. On the fourth, I'll just summarize very quickly. Hillel at this time had been studying scholars Shemaiah and Avtalio many, many years. And the Bnei B'Tera were the people who were in charge of the institution of the. They were looking for someone to take over this position. One of the problems that they had was they came up against a situation where the holiday of Passover fell on Shabbat. So this happened on a regular basis, about once every year. It happened twice every 14. I don't remember exactly how often. It happened last year. Forgot a very basic halakha about what he did Passover. They had to do one of the sacrifices. Offer the sacrifice involves a Shabbat. Violate involves a Shabbat to offer the Passover sacrifice. Nobody knew the answer. So Hillel steps up and he says, have we only one Passover in the year that overrides the Shabbat? There are more 200 Passovers a year that override the Shabbat. What he meant was that there are all kinds of other offerings that of course Shabbat. So then of course the Passover offering overrided. The Bnei B'Tera were impressed with this logical argument, and according to one version, that is in the Babylonian Talmud, they say right then and there, a smart guy like this. In the Jerusalem Talmud, there are things next to what those are. The story ends differently. The Bnei B'Tera are not willing to accept that argument. No, what are you talking about? You have this counter argument, that counter argument. Logic is not enough for them. So finally, they say to him, why are we asking that? How can you expect anything from a Babylonian? And they diss the Babylonian. This guy, he is from around here. He's from Jerusalem. You're asking this question, forget about it. Then he finally responds and he says, I swear to you, heaven punish me if I did not also receive this halakha as a tradition from Shemaiah and Avtalio. As soon as he said, I heard this from Shemaiah and Avtalio, meaning he invokes the Torah, a tradition, and he says, it's not logic. I heard this from my teachers. That's it. Okay? Shemaiah and Avtalio, you're going to be appoint him as Nasi. Versions of what exactly. Yes, McDavid. Excellent question. Presume that they had a lot of candidates who were eliminated because they weren't up to one of the finalists. Like the either that or it's the electoral college. I heard it first. Then give the argument. That's interesting. I mean, I don't know how to deal with that. That would get us bring us to granular level, I think, little bit Gaividic after. There are moments that Welch arrogant, and almost immediately a situation arose where he forgot, in the very same right afterwards, this is a hard time to become that. And all of a sudden, one of the questions comes up, Anna, are you allowed to carry the shofar to tell us, gosh, I forgot. Everything was a punishment for his arrogance. Many arrogance. They say to him, what are you going to do? Nasi, what? Let's go out and chazi, my avatama. Go out and see what the people do because the people as a whole, they are not prophets themselves. They are the children of prophets. Or one translation, yes, but Abrams mentioned back to school, like they are the prophets. They don't know what to do. They went out, saw that someone had forgotten the shofar, and what they had done is they had put the shofar in the thick wool of a sheep's neck, and they walked the wool, and the sheep ended up bringing it over there. So, anyways, that's the appointment. There's a lot of somewhat discussion about how this operates between the Babylonians and the Jerusalem rabbis and their approach to logic versus tradition. Back briefly to Herod, and again, we will return to much greater detail stuff that we talk about suffering. He was in a difficult position in many ways because he had very, very poor Jewish, very poor status as a Jew because he came from where had earlier generations converted. There were lingering questions of status. He was also a puppet of the Romans, and a lot of policies that were antagonistic to the original church in particular, generally not a popular guy. So one of his measures was a wide-scale massacres of rabbis. And it happened that when Hillel had taken back to Babylon for some years. I don't know exactly why he went, but it happened in perfect timing because he managed to escape the worst of the massacre. When he came back, the had been lifted, and Hillel adopted a modus vivendi with the secular powers that really set the tone for much of the Jewish diaspora, which was basically leave them alone, try not to get involved in affairs of government, as Rabbi Rothschild says, not possible. Hillel says, should not become known to the government. Keep your head down. Let them be involved with their Narishkeit, concentrate on news and so on. This is essentially Jewish quietistic latitude that pertained right up to the French Revolution when Jews began to be involved once again. We have no reference to Hillel in Josephus, although we do have references to Shemaiah and Avtalion. And there's some interesting interpretation here in Rabbi Buchbaum's book that perhaps this is what Hillel meant in the famous passage again of Pirkei Avot. The skull floating on the waters. That skull floating on the waters, the hard image, I always think that a skull should float. At any rate, but he picks up the skull and he looks at it and he says, thank you. Marcus, alas for Yorick. No, he looks at the skull and he says, because you drowned others, you were drowned, and those who drowned you will one day also be drowned. Complex way of saying what goes around comes around, and I think also a very pithy way of encapsulating the traditional diaspora thinking state as a whole. Hillel tried to create that modus vivendi with the power. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Hillel is always mentioned in the same breath with his alter ego Shammai, who was the second in command of the Jewish community of India, or the leader of the court, in the head of the court. Hillel moral authority. The same goes for Shammai. Nevertheless, they were looked by the people for hundreds of years as actually a guard, and we guess we have to just cut off. But the website for it is laurenwellsmark.com, and it's great. I actually I could download it for the class. It shows Shammai versus Hillel, facing and Shammai only has 3 points. Hillel has Hillel and Shammai oppose each other regularly, frequently, on almost every topic, and Hillel almost Hillel against Shammai, or after their end of their careers and after the death, the house by Hillel also, and they quite often would debate each other. Almost always, Hillel wins debates, and in law we follow Hillel rather than Shammai. There are several exceptions to that rule, but that is a general. And they had very, very different personalities. Hillel is incomparable to, which is a difficult term to translate in the context of it. It's often translated better as patient, or the word anab, meaning humble. And I'll read here one famous story about the patient of Hillel. This is sort of like the bedtime stories I used to tell my kids when they were young, and they really enjoyed it. Rabbis taught a passage Shabbat, tractate Shabbat. A person should always be humble like Hillel. 2 men once made a bet of 400. You know how much 400? How much small gold, right? 400, 200 small gold. Once said it that whether one of them would make Hillel careful. One was then went on and went to the house and captured the money of it, but everyone was busiest in preparation. When he arrived at the door, Hillel was washing his clothes in the shower, and customarily bathing early. The man banged on the door and called out, Hillel here, is Hillel. Rashi there that doesn't say it's Rabbi Hillel here, Master Hillel, out of the shower, wraps himself in money, and no questions asked. He said, why are the heads of Babylon round? Just meant to be a great question. Idiotic fun. My son, very educated, dodgy, valid question. Right? The reason is that in Babylon they don't have well-trained midwives. Man went away and waited for a while till Hillel was there watching, and then he came back and he said again, lovely, Hillel here is Hillel here. By the way, Hillel had a lot of hair because me, I would have been. Hillel again wrapped his clothes, turned around, came out speaking. My son, how can I help you? I have a question to ask. Ask my son. Why are the people of Admor, Syria, weak-eyed? You've asked a very important question, my son, said Hillel. The reason is that they live in such a sandy country. Back and forth, he does this. And then finally says, I have a question to ask. The man replied, I'm afraid you may become angry. Hillel drew his cloak around him, sat down and said all the questions that you want to ask. Seeing his plans were frustrated, the man cried out, are you the Hillel that everyone calls Nassim? Yes, if so, other having expressed aspiration. perpetuating by saying, calm yourself. It's better than 400, another 400. I should story about salvation, dragged out of the shower 3 times, and that says something about Hillel, that personality runs as common throughout. On the other hand, Shammai is known as being very particular, demanding standards. Everything has to be just so. See, in the moment a person comes to Shammai, actually, should I say it right here? Should I say it? Just how I say it? Yeah, no, I'll read you one more famous story. I'm so good. They're like foundational stories. This shows you a little bit more about Shammai as well. A Gentile once came to Shammai and said, Rabbi, how many Torahs are there? We have two. Shammai, the written Torah and the oral. And the Gentile then said, I can believe in a written Torah, but I can't accept it. Make me a Jew, convert me, but on the condition that you only teach me the written Torah. I don't want to be Jewish for the written Torah. I'm not interested in what it says. What did Shammai do? Shammai spoke to him sharply and told him this is not really a right. Another condition, not going to, it's actually 4 stories here, but another non-Jew came to Shammai and said, I'm ready to convert, but only if you can teach me the whole Torah while I'm standing on one foot. Famous passage, the expression to stand on one foot is now proverbial, like very quickly. I don't have time for more, just standing. About the instant gratification generation. Shammai, hearing this outlandish condition, chased him out of the door with the builder's measuring stick he had in his hand. Maharsha explains he had a yardstick because he says, look, there are measurements. This means something. I can't teach you the entire Torah. Asking Shammai, because he is a kaplan, chases him. Hillel, on the other hand, the man went to Hillel, converted him, and fulfilling his condition, taught him what is painful to you. Don't do yourself bad. That entire Torah rests with you. Now go. Very fascinating passage. Like the sequence is interesting. He converts him first. Makes the Torah very small. He takes it down to 91 foot. But ultimately, that statement is the golden rule that what is hateful to someone else, just don't do to them. That's the entire story. That's the Megillah, entire Torah. Everything else. That's an amazing statement from a brilliant rabbi who always encapsulated. Now, another example of this, my favorite passage, there is a great chapter there called Ketzad Meraktim, How to Do Dance. And it's about how to perform, the very important of dancing at a wedding. Most dance gladden the hearts of bride and groom. That's why, in traditional things, out of shtick, I once saw at a wedding, guys with black hats, and then fill the well with lighter fluid, set them on fire while they're dancing. I was thinking it's a good thing it was a really big wedding hall. Otherwise, the sprinklers would have gone on and off. But that's the idea to make the woman bride happy at their wedding. So they asked the question, what are you supposed to say to the bride? And Hillel says, say, Allah Nav, a beautiful and gracious bride. See the bride is it? And Shammai says, what if she this, that, and Shammai says, suppose Shahid, say it like it is. Say to her, lose a few pounds. Or, watch in that dress. Shammai says, it's got to be the way it is. Oh, don't lie. Stay away from a false report. Luckily, follow the halacha according to Hillel. Otherwise, I think the birth rate would plummet. But the idea is that you say kala nava. matter what she looks like, you praise her at the wedding. But that story illustrates the last year, in contrast. This is actually not Hillel and Shammai themselves, but their schools. A very bizarre passage on the third page of the Tractate Arabic. The schools of Shammai and the schools of Hillel debate whether or not good that humanity was created. One school, Hillel, presumably, although not so, says that, yeah, look, people, they make mistakes, but ultimately they do good things. The world is a better place for the existence of humanity. Shammai says, no, we have done worse things for the universe than we have done the pessimistic, reverse environmental thing, ruin the environment. They debated for 2.5 years, and finally they put it to a vote. Shammai won the vote. Whatever it means in philosophy, we have a vote that says we've done more harm to the universe than debate went on until finally a divine voice rang out in another context where God says, as it were, these and these, the words of Beis Shammai, the words of Beis Hillel, are the words of the living God. Even though they are diametrically opposed, there is an middle. You can't have moderate position between yes and no. Maybe. Nevertheless, both positions are extremely valid. According to the tradition, even though we follow the Hillel for halakha in this world, the tradition is that in the next world, perhaps where it's easier to follow the Shammai. Sense of how Hillel one other, maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions. Here's a little known teaching that I never learned before I prepared this class, and I thought it was quite fascinating. It illustrated one other aspect of Hillel's philosophy. It's rather cryptic, and as Rabbi Rothschild was rather Taoistic sounding thing, thought it was interesting. Hillel the elder said, not be seen naked, not be seen dressed, not be seen standing, not be seen sitting, not be seen laughing, not be seen weeping. As it is said, a time to laugh and a time to weep, a time to embrace, a time to refrain from embracing. That's from the chapter quote. What could that possibly be? Statement of agoraphobia. I want to be public. Don't be dressed, undressed. So in his interpretation, it refers to Hillel's idea that you have to be real. You have to be with other value part of the collective. Not to stand out. When other people are dressed, be undressed. That's say that. But the idea is to stand out. Exceptional. Try to fit in with others. And in many ways, Hillel said that that's an ideal, that we have our greatest strength. We pull together, respect the centrifugal forces of energy as a and the much of one halachic ruling that proved extremely important in Hillel's work, and again, there are thousands and thousands of halachot that are attributed, was the of a legal device called a prose, which has long-lasting ramifications. Just mentioned one of literally hundreds. According to biblical law, Torah itself, if a person secures a loan against property, at the end of the sabbatical year, every 7 years, that property reverts to the owner, regardless of whether or not the loan has been repaid. What that means is, if you have Ruben with a lot of cash, and Shimon has very little cash but he has some land, Ruben, let me borrow some cash, and I'll use my property as a collateral. 1 year before the sabbatical year, you might say, no way, I am not going to do that because your loan is only secured for 1 year. If you don't pay me back within 1 year, I get nothing. I don't get paid. I get land back. Therefore, Hillel introduced a device called a person essentially hand over care of the court, which would be allowed, by describes there, circumvent this law. Therefore, the loan would be valid, even though the collateral was still held jubilee, not the surrounded, not the which means that. I don't know. It could be those of you who are watching in the Philippines, look it up every 7. And I'll look it up. But anyway, this was an extremely important device because it allowed the economy to speak more to loaning money. That means no longer fear that they were risking themselves by lending. Love kept them going. It's important to note, perhaps in one small great oral comparison. Again, this is a topic we will return to when we talk about error as well. I want to come back to this. Yes, David. Yes, absolutely. Maybe this. Right, maybe they're both one's on land, one's on. Right. Yeah. Want to make sure. I should also disclaimer for everybody, and also I'm contrary to my appearance, I am not a rabbi, card-carrying member of the establishment, and I often good thing get away with a lot of things, but I'm a regular guy. Now, one very important thing here that we just have to mention is passing the hours late, but Hillel was clearly among the known as the or the Pharisees. The Pharisees get a lot of bad play in culture because they were frequently used. And Jesus has many debates with the Pharisees which can come across these. In fact, much used the term Pharisee, and that's hypocrite Testament interpretation. Hillel clearly was in that group, and Jesus lived the same time over time. Hillel dying maybe around the year 10, was a young man at that time. Borrowed problem. College. Major. He's quoting from Hillel without necessarily saying it. That's Hillel on the entire Christian. Also, Marx was certainly the prime spiritual figure of the day. Now, I would have liked to have spent a little more time talking about the connections to literary heritage. I might discuss that in a later lecture. Let's just one discussion of his legacy. There's a beautiful passage in Tractate of Sanhedrin, the good Aleph. Aleph is actually the last page I ever learned with Rabbi before he was premature. There's an amazing discussion there of the not very, very powerful. In this context, there are rabbis up in that moment, the divine voice comes out and says, one has the ability to have divine presence rest upon him as it goes. Divine voice called out to there's someone in this room as holy as Moses, generation is unworthy. He would not accept that because the generation was not up. And the rabbis all look around the room, they all turn to my side. All the rabbis of his generation agreed that it had to be Hillel. Died shortly thereafter. They said, hey, oh, what a chassid, what a pious. Hey, Anna, what humble. Who was his Talmud and student Ezra the scribe. Why specifically Ezra the scribe? Hillel, like Ezra, was extremely transitional period. The state would be questioned shortly after Hillel died. The temple was destroyed, broken apart, whatever was left under Herod were scattered through the world. Just like Ezra brought the Jews back from Babylon and reestablished back in his home territory after a very difficult diaspora, Hillel created the foundation for rabbinic culture. Why? Very hostile. Was not only Chassid, not only but also Talmud Ezra versus generation. Thank you all for coming. Great like Hillel. Today's lecture is a fascinating topic. Actually, learned a lot about myself preparing this lecture, and I'll share with you some of those small insights into my self-revelation that I had. But I want to start by saying that I have a caveat to make. Actually, two caveats. The first one is I've decided I'm not going to start right away with a joke because I can actually look at the YouTube page and see when people stop watching my videos. And last week I didn't tell a joke, and people stayed with the lecture much longer, about 77% longer actually than when I do tell the joke. So, and also the people at Torah Cafe, they always edit them out. Elia and Getzi and Kaya, they just take them out. So I'm not going to tell a joke right away. You'll have to invest at least 11 minutes into this lecture, unless I can't help it. Then you'll get the joke. Second thing is, we were doing research right up to the last minute. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce the subject of our lecture tonight, which is horribly embarrassing, since we're speaking here to a massive crowd in Surfside, Florida, and we have the internet audience. And I'm not a philosophy major, so I'm not sure what people actually say in universities. So let's have a vote from the audience. How would you like to pronounce his name? Philo, right? Like the dough. Rhymes with Milo, right? That certainly makes sense, and that's corroborated by all the websites I could find that tell you how to pronounce Philo. The problem is, in Greek, it's clearly philo. It's actually philon in Greek with an N sound at the end. So I don't know if I appear horribly pedantic if I say philo, or will I sound regular, sort of like uneducated if I say philo. So I'm just going to go with Philo because that is the consensus of the audience. The second caveat is I can't hold back. I'm going to tell you the joke now anyways. It goes like this. So this is a joke. I realized as I was going through this particular lecture that one of the things that tends to fascinate me overall when I study for these lectures is I'm especially interested in the question of Jewish identity. What makes a person consider themselves a Jew? What exactly is it? Obviously, it's easy to consider someone else a Jew or consider someone else not a Jew. But at what point does one person consider themselves a Jew? Fascinating topic that, of course, is especially relevant with the recent results of the Pew Research poll on Jews in America. And I think we'll find some insights in Philo as well. So the joke goes like this. It's set in Soviet Russia, in the late Brezhnev era when there's tremendous privation, huge shortages, and in order to get anything, you have to go and stand in line for hours at Cherha. You have to stand outside the shop for hours before you get in. The joke goes that there's a typical lineup at a grocery store. Everyone's waiting to get in and get some basic cucumbers, in fact. And people are waiting and waiting, and finally the shopkeeper opens up the window and he says, "We've just learned that we're going to be receiving fewer cucumbers than expected today, so all Jews leave the line, go home." So what can they do? That kind of society, the Jews pick up and they leave. Then about 30 minutes later, they're all waiting outside. It's cold, it's like December in Siberia. And they open up the window again and they say, "We've just learned that one of the trucks bringing us cucumbers has broken down on the Trans-Siberian Highway. We will have less cucumbers than expected. And so therefore, all ethnic Latvians, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, and Tatars must leave the line and go home." So all these ethnicities have to give up. They all go home. This goes on and on all day until finally he opens them. He says, "We've just learned that the last truck of cucumbers was hijacked by the mafia, and we will have no cucumbers today. Everyone go home." So a pure, ethnically pristine Soviet citizen standing in line all day turns to his neighbor and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Right, okay. Huge uproarious laughter, right? Identity. Okay, so let's go to our topic today. Philo of Alexandria. So who was Philo or Philo? He's often known as Philo Judaeus, meaning Philo the Jew, because he was extremely important, as we shall see, in Christian thought, particularly to the church fathers of the late ancient period. His years are roughly 20 before the Common Era to about 50 of the Common Era. We don't know precisely, but in one of his writings that is dated to roughly the year 42, he describes himself as an older man, and placing it in the context of the various activities, we assume that he probably was corresponding roughly to these years. These are extremely important years in Jewish history. It means that his life overlapped with that of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. His life overlapped with Jesus of Nazareth, with Josephus, who we talked about last week, and of course he died shortly before the destruction of the Second Temple and the eradication of Jewish polity in the Middle East. So what he has to say in this time period should be of extreme importance for us as historians trying to understand what it means in the big picture. Basically, he was a philosopher. One might say philosopher/theologian, because he was very interested in religion. In fact, that was virtually the sole focus of all his writings was on Judaism and on a Jewish morality as he envisioned it. But there's a strange irony about Philo's life. He was extremely important in the Christian intellectual tradition, copied almost verbatim by Eusebius and then by all the other church, completely absent from the Hebrew religious tradition until the 19th century when people began to pay attention to him again. So what a strange thing. Very, very well published, well circulated author in the original Greek and also in Latin and Armenian translations, and yet the rabbis have nothing to do with him. They can't even argue with him. They don't even disagree with him. They just totally ignore him. He's, as they say in Hebrew, chutz lamachaneh, outside of the camp. No one pays attention to Philo. So how is it possible that he evaded all rabbinic attention while receiving tremendous reputation among Christians as really the greatest expression of Jewish philosophy in the ancient period? This, for example, is one of the more fanciful 16th century representations of Philo the Jew. Of course, we have no idea if he was anything like this, but it's a colorful picture, and I saw it on Wikipedia. So, moving forward, what do we know about him? The with the exception of one reference in Josephus, which supports the idea that he was, in fact, as important as one would think from Philo's own writings. We have no references to Philo, contemporary references, other than Philo himself. So, like our attempt to analyze Josephus last week, everything we have to say about Philo is based on his own writings, on literary analysis of what he has to say about both in terms of a frontal depiction of his own life, which he does from time to time, or also by reading between the lines about what he has to say about the world around him, that we can kind of read backwards and learn things about it. We can figure out, however, quite a bit. This is another 15th century representation. We don't know if it was anything like him. He's slightly wall-eyed here too, which I'm not sure if that was probably anti-Semitic or something. So, what do we know about it? He was a very prominent individual and from a very wealthy family. We know this primarily because of his description of his relations. His brother, Alexander Lysimachus, was titled the Alabarch of Alexandria, which was in a very important city in Egypt, as I will show you shortly. We're not exactly sure what an alabarch is. In Greek, the term arch means like leader, like monarch, single leader, that kind of thing. And it appears he may have been some kind of treasurer, certainly, though, a very high-level dignitary, to be sure. We know that he was a great benefactor of Jewish causes in Alexandria and in Egypt, indicating that he had significant wealth. He did make a trip to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices, although it's interesting, he just mentions it in a passing, offhand way, like talking about a totally different subject. By the way, while I was going to Israel to offer sacrifices, this happened to me. And we don't know much else about his relationship with Israel and the temple. We know that he obviously had, based on his writing, an extremely strong Hellenistic education, which was a huge expense at the time. He definitely was educated in the gymnasia, in the traditional male-dominated universities, as it were, of the time. In fact, some authors believe, some scholars believe that he is the father of modern misogyny because he had a rather negative view of women getting higher education, and this view was duly repeated in many of the church fathers after him. But at any rate, clearly a very prominent individual. We'll give you some more evidence of that shortly. Very wealthy individual. He is very well connected, and he was able to afford a life of leisure and dedicate himself to philosophical investigations and publications. His nephew also says something about his position in Jewish society. His nephew, Tiberius Julius Alexander, we don't know how to describe his religious affiliation, but he actually fought with the Roman soldiers on the wrong side in Jerusalem in the War of 70, in the Roman-Jewish War. And he was alongside Titus when the temple was destroyed, and not like Josephus as a captive, but in an administrative capacity. Some say he even led the charge into Jerusalem, again, based on scanty evidence, but this was his brother's son, and from some of Philo's writings, one author in particular opines that perhaps he directed some of his writings specifically to his nephew to try to bring him back from the brink of completely turning himself over to the Romans. So we get a picture overall, though, of where Philo was in classical Alexandrian society: wealthy, prominent, well-connected, educated, literate, and, as we shall see, politically quite active. Any questions to this point? Yes, please.
Well, it's not so much a comment. It's a couple of comments. Misogyny is named the person. So if they credit with misogynist, like they perhaps I don't hear the full credit. Secondly, Philo, Greek,
Yes.
Philo, fidelity, Latin. So I'm just wondering if there's an
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know enough about Greek and Latin to say how, like fides, like faith, and hence fidelity. Or like the dog's name Fido means, faithful dog. But philo in Greek means I love, like
There it
philosophia,
is.
I love philosophy.
User error. Please try again. User error. Please try again. Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix.
Major works. So he wrote numerous tractates, many of which have been preserved. They are exclusively in Greek, some of which survive, as I mentioned, in Aramaic and in Latin. I should actually say Armenian, not Aramaic. That's an error, right? One of the big debates in among scholars, though, is did Philo actually know Hebrew? I mean, here he is writing exclusively on Jewish topics. He's like the Jewish expert, and it's not at all clear that he knows Hebrew at all. He does make, some references to Hebrew. His writings are chock full of references to the Bible. In fact, that's what he's mainly writing about is the Bible. And from time to time, he will use Hebrew to explain an allegorical etymology. The problem is that about half of the time he's totally wrong. Half the time he's right, and so he knows a smattering of Hebrew, or perhaps he got this Hebrew information from someone else. And other times, his sort of discussions of like saying something like, yes, the root of this word in Hebrew means X, and it doesn't mean X at all. You have to be an idiot to think it means X. So many scholars think he knew no Hebrew whatsoever, and he had to rely on a more Judaically educated individual to give him these little pointers. And others say that, no, he's trying to make a different point, and maybe his Hebrew wasn't so strong, but he did know some at any rate. Perhaps more importantly, though, something that clearly does know very well is Greek philosophy. He was soaked in Greek philosophy, and especially, in fact, again, thinking about the role of Philo in the transmission of Greek wisdom to the Renaissance, looking a little further, it's an extremely important thing because he was sort of the bridge for the church fathers to take Greek wisdom and retain some value for it, so that once they got past the Dark Ages, there was at least a memory that, yes, there was this guy named Philo who was interested in some guy named Plato, and when the writings began to surface from Arabic translations, there was a desire to resurrect the original Greek as well. So Philo plays a very important role in kind of bridging the ancient world with the medieval world as well. But nevertheless, let's just think about this guy. What is the nature of his Jewish identity? He's clearly a totally committed Jew. He believes in Judaism so much that he devotes all of his energy to writing book after book about various aspects of Judaism. However, they are entirely written in a Greek idiom, both literally, written in the Greek language, but more significantly, perhaps, written in a Greek style, with Greek syntax, Greek questions, and they read like philosophical tractates. He's essentially totally absorbed within the Greek world and yet obsessed with Judaism. That's an unusual kind of posture of identity that I think we will actually find much more recognizable as we contemplate the 20th and 21st century. So let's just understand a little bit about what is this Greek stuff that obsessed Philo so much. This concept of Hellenism, the word Hellas means Greece, and Hellenism refers to the spread of Greek culture through the Middle East, Central Asia, and all the way over to northern India, places like what would be today Pakistan, Punjab, all the way over to Bangladesh. So that happens with Alexander the Great's conquest of the Middle East. Here's a bust of Alexander the Great. He comes from Macedon, and as we have a look at this map here he is coming from northern Greece, making his way through. This entire journey was completely devoted to the task of finding authentic Chinese food, and he kept on taking. It was really difficult, but he moves all the way to one of the most phenomenal early conquests of the ancient world. He takes over the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. Here is Alexandria, by the way, in Egypt at the Nile Delta. All of Israel here. And then he moves all the way through Central Asia out to northern India. Not quite as far as Bangladesh, but way out into this region here, where he finally, his soldiers revolt. His soldiers are tired. They've been fighting for several years. They want to go home. With tremendous regret, he agrees to head it back. But on the way back, he dies most likely from alcohol poisoning. He just simply drunk himself to death, and the empire collapses. And once the empire collapses, it's divided among three of his generals. You have this part here is held by the Ptolemies, spelled with the Ptoleman, and over here is held by the Seleucids. This would be Antiochus of Hanukkah fame, and the third is left in the Antigonids, which is out here in central Greece. So, but what's really important about Alexander's contribution is that he schlepped along with him this tremendous body of Greek wisdom, which was vastly superior to anything anyone else was doing at the time. You know, they had the mathematics of people like Euclid, they had the philosophy of Plato, Socrates, Aristotle. They had Aristotle actually was the teacher of Alexander's son, Philip, if I remember correctly. Did I say Alexander? Aristotle, teacher of Alexander's son. I may have gotten that upside down. It's a good thing I'm not putting this on the internet until tomorrow. And the Greek stories, mythology, art, aesthetics, all of this rational, logical way of looking at the world around them was translated to all these other cultures who were immediately overwhelmed with it. Jews included.
All right, Eddie, Santa Maria, here we go. Let's see if we get this error. So what's going to happen? Give it a little time. I've got a bot that's going. But essentially, if I do this by myself anyway, it works there. Great. Now I'm going to show you that it doesn't work.
Arguing Greek culture was seeping too far into Jewish culture, was going to eradicate it, and they had a civil war against those Jews who felt that no, Greek culture is good for us, and we want to, accumulate as much of it as possible. This conflict with Hellenism, although it was briefly solved in favor of the Jews, in favor of the traditionalists, I should say, in the second century, it continued for several centuries thereafter. And we're talking about Philo, who was born 150 years later, and the fight is still avidly going on, and it's not clear where we should put Philo in the entire story. So, any questions about Hellenism so far? No, good, clear as the sun at noonday. So here's Alexandria, right here on the western Nile Delta. It's the second largest urban concentration, massive concentration of Jews I'm talking about today, and no one would deny that it's certainly the capital, the spiritual capital, at least, of world Jewry. But New York, on the other hand, massive population, not nearly as educated as, say, Jerusalem Jews, they speaking English and things like that, but nevertheless, an extremely important center. And Jerusalem can't trifle with New York either. New York is simply too important. That's kind of like Alexandria in this time. Alexandria was a huge population, multiple ethnicities in the city, indigenous Egyptians, Roman overlords, and Jews. The Jews were extremely numerous, so much so that they ended up taking over more than 1/4 of the city's population, literally in terms of absolute numbers, and also in terms of the actual physical quarters of the city. They ended up, moving into other quarters, which caused a significant amount of conflict, as we shall see. The Talmud speaks of massive synagogues that were so huge, I'm sure you're familiar with this passage, so huge that when they said Kaddish, it was necessary to wave a red flag so that people knew when to say Amen. I'm sure if the rabbi was here right now, he would say something like, we need that in our shul too, but not because it's so big, because you can't hear in the back, but when they're saying Kaddish, you need the red flags. I don't mean to cast asparagus at anyone here. Did the Kaddish Tefillah exist back then? Well, the Gemara clearly indicates that it did. And if I remember correctly, in Leon Wieseltier's book on Kaddish, fascinating extended meditation on the history of this tefillah, I believe it does go back this far. There are several slight variations in the various Kaddishes, and I'm sure you can see those specifically to particular places. But, maybe I should take it back. In the Gemara, it talks about saying Amen, or maybe Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Voed. I think it goes back further because Aramaic is a language that Jews stopped using around 700, 800. But let me tell you a joke that reminds me of a joke that actually connects to this, believe it or not. It has to do with Jewish identity. It's actually one of the funniest jokes I have ever heard. It's not the funniest joke I've ever told, but it is a very funny joke when you think about it. So the joke goes, there's this Jewish actor who's out of work. Please don't stop. Jewish actor is out of work in Los Angeles. He's waiting tables, and his career is just going nowhere. So he decides, I just got to take any kind of job. Any kind of job that I can find, I'm going to take it. He opens up Variety, or whatever is the trade paper there, and he sees in the back, there's a job for a gorilla impersonator. So, he's desperate. He cannot wait any more tables. He goes and he auditions for the job. Puts on a gorilla suit, and he's a Stanislavski method actor, so he really gets into the part, and he gets the part, no problem, hands down. Turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo, it's on my mind, the Los Angeles Zoo. The zoo of the city had recently lost its last gorilla, and they would suffer a loss if they didn't have someone in the cage until people come. So he was filling in, and he has to take this job. He's in there, he's beating his chest, he's eating bananas, and you know what? He's a big hit. The crowds come around, the kids are squealing with delight. He enjoys performing for them. It's his life calling. And one day, he loves it. He loves going to work in the morning. One day, he gets a little bit too energetic, and he's demonstrating how he swings from vine to vine, and he accidentally swings a little bit too hard, and he swings out of his area and lands in the neighboring lion's den. Gets up, and he's looking straight into the face of a ferocious African lion. And so, because he's a Jew, he realizes, you got the joke already, he realizes he has to now confess. So he has to say his last words is the great statement of Jewish monotheism. He covers his eyes and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? And the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Voed. And then the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired. That joke somehow says a lot about Jewish identity, about what's going on. Okay, so massive synagogues, huge population of Jews who are very committed, synagogue goers. It says something about the community. But the question is, what kind of Judaism are they really practicing? What is going on in those synagogues? As my grandmother Lashem would say, what's Pesach in their Bate Knesset? What exactly are they doing there? Is it the same thing that they're doing in Jerusalem or not? Philo is a very ambiguous source for that. So let's explore it a little more deeply. First of all, how does Philo write? What does he write about? The main focus of his work is really a technique more than anything else. This is based on Samuel's research. Allegory. He was a huge allegorist. Everything is a placeholder for something else in his work. So he's writing about the Bible, and he is, engaged very, very deeply in the story, but he is very cavalier with rabbinic sources. We, of course, have a huge intellectual interpretive tradition of the scriptures. Rashi is not especially original in this regard. He is essentially an accumulator of information. He is brilliant in the sense that he's able to anthologize tremendous amounts of material, but Rashi is 95% faithful to texts that occur centuries before him, and he just presents the material in a brilliantly precise way. And Rashi is already, 1,000 years ago. So we have a very long midrashic tradition of how to interpret the scriptures, and there's a huge range of possibilities. And occasionally, Philo will dip into that huge amount of research. But more likely, he's going to go completely off on his own tangent in interpreting the scriptures. And he will interpret the scriptures within a Greek sensibility. For example, let's take, for example, the description of Abraham's two wives, Hagar and Sarah. So we all know the story, of course, so I won't paraphrase it, but Philo writes as if Hagar and Sarah represent philosophical concepts. And while he doesn't want to completely come out and say they never existed, it's almost as if they didn't exist. All he cares about is this idea that Hagar represents instrumental wisdom, meaning like the wisdom you need to be an accountant or to be a physician or whatever you need specifically to do a job, whereas Sarah represents, supernal wisdom. Sarah represents the ideal wisdom. He wants to describe her as so pure, in fact, that he refers to her as a virgin, which is totally bizarre because, after all, she's married to Abraham, and that gets us confused with another religion, which I'm sure was not his intention whatsoever. But he goes so far away from the Jewish biblical narrative that you can imagine if you're a rabbi, you would say, what is this guy thinking about? Where is he coming from with these theoretical concepts that have nothing to do with our interpretive tradition? So he never wants to say something didn't happen, like, for example, the flood. He never wants to say the flood never happened. And like many others, he will schlep in Babylonian flood myths and things like that to reinforce that there was a historical flood. But the vast majority of his discussion is about how the flood represents a purge of all dross elements. Now, it represents like a striving for perfection, by the way, in a very Platonic sense, meaning that there is a pure kind of world, a pure kind of idea, and this is the imperfect imitation of that. And that the allegory and the task for him as a Jew is to uncover the hidden meaning of the scripture in order for us to reach some kind of spiritual elevation, become excellent in a moral sense based on really Greek sensibility. So he's writing essentially a Greek book using Jewish topics. That's really where he's coming from. Okay, questions, arguments to this point, please.
So that's not really go to his but there of Greek mythology as well as for instance the name Alexander itself has a very rich history.
Absolutely. Some of my best friends have named their kids Alexander. Yeah.
Go back to Talmud, kind of dichotomy, great affection, great condemnation, kind of
I agree with you completely. A lot of the archaeological evidence, the Dura Europos synagogue, for example, even has nudes in it, like Greek-style nudes on the wall. Imagine that. Like, for example, they have this big scene. I can show you if I get out of this program, but they have this scene of Moses' rescue from the Nile, and Bat Paro and all of her maidens are there completely in nude, standing on the shoreline, and she's in the water, and you wonder, that would not fly in most synagogues today, I think. So definitely, right? Sure. But the idea, though, is if you can imagine, if we can put this into like, what's the dichotomy here? What's the problem? Is if you can imagine a prominent Jewish writer today, for example, borrowing very freely from Christian norms, speaking with Christian idiom of the Epiphany and of the Immaculate Conception and language like that, and especially ignoring traditional rabbinics completely, or effectively, you would say, well, is this the representative of the Jewish community? Is this a an authentic kind of like mainstream idea because Philo was a mainstream guy. So what we have to think about is maybe that's the way all of Alexandrian Jews were, so heavily Hellenized. But let's take this back a step. This is like saying the Hashmonaim who fought in Hanukkah lost, because this is 150 years later, and look what's going on. This is not, the story that we get in day school where the Hashmonaim won, and therefore we're all ideologically pure Jews. But in reality, we see that Hellenism is going quite deep. Okay, let's go a little further. So what's fascinating to me as well is who exactly is reading Philo? Like, he kept writing and writing and writing, unless he was independently wealthy and he could afford to write things that nobody else read, which is probably the case, but nevertheless we have to assume he had some readership. Who exactly is reading and appreciating his materials? It wouldn't be traditional Pharisaic rabbis, because they would object to so much stuff that's in Philo. It must be that he had a large audience of committed Jews who were not rabbinic in nature. Committed Jews who were more interested in Greek thought and Greek methodology than they were in traditional Judaism. And they're very comfortable in their Judaism expressed in this manner. This should sound, I think, a lot like contemporary America, where there are a lot of Jews, the majority of Jews, who are extremely happy to have Judaism packaged for them in an American format. As long as it is, like, it sounds American and it fits with what I watch on television and read in the newspapers, then it makes sense. The moment that it veers away from dominant American culture, maybe that's too much. That's too Jewish, as it were. So it must be that there's a huge population of people who appreciated it. And as we mentioned a second ago, the Hanukkah dichotomy, I wonder how they read the Hanukkah story. I wonder how they dealt with that, because for them, that would have been intolerable, I think, in terms of the challenge to their identity. Let's have a look at some of the more historical aspects of Philo that I think should be useful for us in seeing how it plays out in a larger context. The most important Jewish event in Alexandria, based on the limited data that we have, was a horrible pogrom that occurred in the year 38. The origins of the pogrom are rather complex. There was a governor in Alexandria, a Roman governor named Flaccus, and he was appointed by a previous emperor, and then when a new emperor, Caligula, the famously cruel Caligula, came to power, he apparently had 3 of Flaccus's close friends executed, which was, and by the way, this is entirely based on Philo's account. We don't have any other sources of this except for what Philo says and then what Josephus later repeats. Josephus was a horrible plagiarizer, so we don't know if he had anything original to say or even to critically evaluate Philo's account. He may have just included it wholesale, but it is, basically upheld by Josephus, for what that's worth. So Flaccus became very despondent, and in Philo's account, he really wasn't interested in governing the city well. So a few years later, in the year 38, Agrippa I was appointed the ruler of Judea, and he was appointed in Rome, and he made his way back from Rome, and he stopped in Alexandria. So here you have a Jewish king, one of the Herodian kings, stopping in Alexandria, and there's a certain amount of tension between the various ethnicities in that city. Someone told Flaccus that Agrippa was a rival to him. I mean, they are neighboring regions, Egypt and Israel, and so Flaccus did not want to, outright disrespect Agrippa, but he certainly was prepared to condone public disrespect. So the hoi polloi, or the masses, they had a certain amount of anti-Semitic activity, which consisted at first of basically the mounting of satirical plays ridiculing Agrippa, which were, popular fodder for entertainment. I guess if you translate that into 21st century terms, that would be kind of like New York Daily Post big headlines kind of thing that would, offend people. But it got worse and worse as then they began to desecrate synagogues. Specifically, some of the Egyptians wanted to place busts of Caligula in the Jewish synagogues, and that was already too much for the Jews. Flaccus, throughout all of this, tolerates the maltreatment of their royal guests. And when the population saw, again, Philo's account, when the population saw that there would be no punishment forthcoming, it eventually escalated to violence, into massive attacks on the Jewish population. And some of the soldiers were, in fact, involved in this as well. Everything really devolved from that point. Violence continued for a few days. However, it came to an end a few months later when the Jews complained to the emperor, and of course, things take a while. News has to travel in with the speed of boats and so on. They complained to Caligula, and this was guaranteed to get his attention. They were unable to send their birthday greetings to the emperor on time because of the violence that they were enduring in Alexandria. So Caligula was incensed that he did not get his birthday card from the Jews of Alexandria. He immediately recalled Flaccus to Rome, he exiled him, and then he was executed for his poor treatment of the Jews. Now again, it's a very bizarre kind of story, and the difficulty is we're taking it from Philo's account. But what it says really is that Philo was especially perturbed with the idea that Jews would be upset with Rome. And he wrote two treatises on this. One was called Against Flaccus, and the other one called Delegation to Gaius was actually an account written years later of his own delegation that he led to Caligula himself, Gaius Caligula, to explain the situation and to ameliorate it through the attention to Flaccus specifically. It appears that he wrote these texts apologizing for Roman rule, trying to tell Alexandrian Jews not to be upset, because apparently there were many who were still upset. Others, a rival group, had sent a second delegation to Rome to speak with the emperor about this. And what Philo was trying to do is to say, Jews, please, it was terrible what happened under Flaccus, but look, it's all right now. It's all part of divine providence. Caligula did the right thing. He withdrew Flaccus from his position, and Flaccus was eventually killed, and we see that it all works out in the end. Roman rule, he wanted to say, was good for the Jews, and that the Jews should keep their head down and not complain so much, because ultimately it is appropriate for Jews to submit to the overarching authority. That's essentially what his message was in these two treatises, which were written for a Jewish audience to maintain their calm in the face of the growing storm. Okay, questions, arguments so far? Yes, please. This is Gaius Caligula. Yeah, very nasty individual.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's go further then. So what kind of Judaism really does Philo practice? So he's clearly unapologetic about the value of Judaism. He is a proud Jew. And again, it's hard not to make the comparisons with 20th century American Jews. One of the things that shows up again and again in surveys done either by the National Jewish Population Survey or by the Pew Center most recently is that Jews are really proud to be Jewish. It's one of the high markers. They score very high in terms of Jewish pride. No one is ashamed to be Jewish. They score very low in terms of what do they do about it. They go to synagogue, visit Israel, give to the UJA, and as we've said many times here, a lot of them are hesitant to get on the UJA mailing list because the only way to get out is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But Jews may not do a lot of Jewish things, but they're still proud to be Jews. So that's the same kind of thing clearly in Philo. He's expressing pride in his Jewish identity, a belief in the future of the Jewish people, and he's happy to participate in. In terms of his relationship to the rabbis, however, while he promotes adherence to halakha, he never ever says that one should adopt counter-normative halachic behavior. He always explains halakha in some completely non-normative sense. So, for example, the whole idea of kashrut is about health and self-discipline. and about learning to withhold oneself from just for the sake of your own self-discipline, not for some other reason that may be expressed in the Talmud. It's just for your own self-discipline, or um, the idea of Brit Milah. We see this in other ones to curb your sexual appetite. Circumcision somehow is a way to moderate your sexual desires, at least men's sexual desires, as it were. And one of the things that comes out of his work, which some scholars believe is actually original to Philon, is this concept of the law of nature. This idea that Plato's ideal world is expressed in the natural world as well, in a logical and systematic fashion, and that the Torah itself is God's way of expressing a human law of nature, meaning that if you follow the Torah, you will be perfectly in harmony with the universe as a whole, which is not something that occurs in rabbinic literature. Rabbis reading it today would say he's just making this stuff up. He's not actually bringing it from any midrashic source whatsoever. More significantly, perhaps for our purposes, there's no question in his mind that the diaspora is a good thing. He never refers to the diaspora as some kind of negative galut. Actually, don't forget, this is before the second expulsion, right? Jews have been living in diaspora, officially since the 6th century before the Common Era with the destruction of the first temple, but he's living outside of Israel, in Egypt of all places, and very, very comfortable there, with no interest whatsoever in moving to Israel, right? That sounds like American Jews too, right? If you're a New York Jew and you love Israel, that's great, but me move to Israel, God forbid. So it's chas v'shalom.
For example, on Jerusalem.
Yeah.
The track is very population. There is no Babylon's
That's a fascinating observation. I think that's very much congruent with our analysis because, okay, they have large populations, they have large synagogues, but they don't have large yeshivas. They don't have them because maybe the kind of Judaism they're expressing is Greek. They have gymnasiums. They have gymnasiums probably with a lot of Jews studying there, but they don't have yeshivas. And I think one other important thing to remember is they don't have Jews after a point of time either, right? Babylon continues. You have Jews in that region right up to the 20th century. But in Alexandria, forget about it. Yes. About 800. Yeah, so this is still centuries before. Okay. So he's not a Zionist at all, like in the sense that obviously he's an anachronistic term, but he's not like saying we have to get back to Israel. Very happy living there, but at the same time he supports Israel and he's philanthropic towards the temple, and he regards it with value. I mentioned earlier that he did go to offer sacrifice there, and he also advocated on Israel's behalf to dissuade the Emperor Caligula from placing his own bust inside the temple as well, which I'm sure the Jews of Israel appreciated. So using his political muscle to do that. But taken as a whole, it's hard to say that he's really doing rabbinic Judaism like everyone else. We can't use a different word for it because after all, he's still, in favor of observing halakha, but for entirely different traditional Hebrew texts. They're working primarily in the Greek world as well. The Septuagint, I really should have mentioned this earlier, very important. So before I say too much of what I say, the Septuagint is perhaps the greatest creation of the Hellenistic period. That is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. It's a massive undertaking that, according to the letter of Aristeas, a Greek source, and also
Here we are.
the Talmud as well.
We're just waiting on this bad boy. Just got to do a few little things on waiting. Alright, so this is a Windows 10 computer. Here we go. I accept. Just going to scroll through. Eddie, Santa Maria, are you watching this? I have
Obviously, they
this
all did exactly
privacy
the
policy
same
basically
Greek translation
memorized
of
at
the
this
Bible.
point.
I have to tell you this because
Here we go.
Yitzhak Littner
You're
used
like,
to
why is it
say,
scrolling? It
"You
just
call
has
that a
to
miracle? That's not a miracle."
get around some
Take 70
automation
rabbis, put them in
detection.
one room, hold on
And
translation,
it's going to press the
and
I
it would
accept
be
button in a
but the
moment.
Septuagint is nevertheless
Then when it
it's a
does,
great expression of
okay,
the
so it's going
melding of
to
Greek and
not,
Jewish
it's going to
culture.
work,
And
but
so you
not
have
work.
these early
So it
church
says,
fathers, third,
unknown
fourth
error,
century,
please check it,
who
but it
are
worked.
reading the
It
Septuagint
actually did
and
work.
reading Philo
You're
as
like,
their
did it
go-to
actually
guide
log you
for
in?
the Jewish interpretation
Yeah,
of
it
the
did.
Torah.
So account is
Ironically,
Joy
they're
Rabbi
reading the wrong
Discord
go-to guy for the rest of the
underscore
Jewish world, but
13725.
that's their
And this
understanding
bad
of
boy,
Judaism through
but you get
Philo.
an error for
Rabbis
some reason,
completely ignore him
which
for reasons
doesn't
that I
make
think should
any
be
sense.
fairly obvious.
So
That
please,
he's
can we
not in
fix
touch
this?
whatsoever with
I
traditional
want TIC to
Midrashic
be really,
scholarship.
really
He has
successful.
no
Please fix
credentials in
this.
traditional scholarship, and they just totally ignore him, and he's cut off from the trend of Jewish scholarship. But there's a huge revival when you get to the 19th century, when in Germany there's this movement called der Wissenschaft des Judentums, the science of Judaism, which we will study, God willing, in about 6 months when we get to the 19th century, where there is this tremendous effort by German Jewish scholars to articulate a modality of Jewish identity that is consonant with 19th century values, where Jews have to demonstrate that they are patriotic members of their own societies and at the same time expressing their Judaism proudly. And Wissenschaft des Judentums discovered Philo and said, this is great. This is exactly what we're talking about. Here's a guy who's deeply learned in the general culture, very proud to be a Jew, and he's writing, he's leading, and he's got delegation and stuff like that. And so all of a sudden, in the 19th century, Philo becomes a hero in the Wissenschaft movement and is essentially restored to the intellectual tradition of Judaism, although not necessarily in the same method that the rabbis would have liked. Ultimately, though, in the 19th century, many viewed him as a model, as a modern diaspora Jew, a model citizen, as it were. And I would like to argue that perhaps his vision of Judaism in the modern world is really one that many Jews have, consciously or not, adopted for themselves in contemporary America. So we're at the end of the lecture. I know that I've been really pushing you hard in a lot of these Hellenistic and philosophical regions. I thank you very much for your indulgence, and I look forward to, God willing, next week where we have a super controversial lecture. We're going to look at St. Paul of Tarsus and early Christianity in the Jewish context. Thank you very much for listening. Tonight's lecture is going to be about one of Israel's greatest military leaders, the famous Shimon Bar Kokhba, who led a courageous and heroic and ultimately successful, albeit on a temporary level, attempt to drive the Romans out of Israel and retake Jerusalem. This rebellion occurred probably around the year 132 of the Common Era. We have some questions about the specific dating, but it's certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 odd years after the destruction of the temple, and he actually succeeded in driving out this massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful. And the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a phenomenal amount of men, perhaps as many as 250,000 troops, to be able to beat down strange but persistent guerrilla force of Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. It's a rather amazing, heroic story, but it has a lot of twists and turns regarding his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually Mashiach. They felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer, none other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he himself was killed, and his venture failed, and the Romans were able to enforce even a harsher punishment on the Jews and really reinforce the diaspora that had begun with the destruction of the temple in the first century. But anyway, that's the story that we're going to explore tonight. Part of our story revolves around this image, which is not so clear, I'm sorry, but I'll get a better one, I think, for next week. This is a cave of letters. It's a remote cave in one of the walled sheer cliffs that are surrounding the Dead Sea. And in 1960, the great Israeli general and archaeologist Yigal Yadin, explored these caves and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that were hidden there by the Bar Kokhba rebels in one of their last stands. So we'll have occasion to look at the documents that were found there, the artifacts that were found there, and it will be well in as well. Okay, let's get started with the material per se. So setting the tone for the uprising, we should recall that this occurred in the context of the Emperor Hadrian's rule over Israel. Not to be confused with Herod, who we spoke about last week. Hadrian ruled from the year 117 to the year 138. And initially, his approach to the Jews and to Israel seemed to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple, which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center as well. It was kind of like the White House, the Congress, the Capitol, everything was Washington, D.C. for the Jews. And to have lost the temple meant that their very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing them to rebuild the temple would have really meant that it felt that they had been pacified and that the Jews could regain some sense of their identity and then they could move on. Let us recall what we discussed last week, that the Roman strategy of government was one of divide et impera, dividing and ruling, where they did not like to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators to directly administer a territory. They much preferred to sort of co-opt the elite and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a quisling fashion, if you think of World War II with countries like Norway and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances and we'll be very happy to let you run your country. So that may have been the reasoning behind the legends surrounding his openness initially to rebuilding the temple. I'm going to read you a passage here from the Midrash, and we should understand that, the rabbis who quoted the Midrashim are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying to convey religious messages, which they will couch within the context of the historical realities of their time, but they will not necessarily they won't feel hard bound to be completely accurate in every detail, because that's not the message that they're trying to convey. It's kind of like, if you think about the hermeneutics of the ancient text, it's like the difference between a prescription and a love poem. A prescription has to be totally and completely exact. What drug, what dosage, how often you should take it, all those things are really important, or else, a disaster can happen. A love poem, on the other hand, can employ hyperbole, it can employ, similes, metaphors, all kinds of things like that. Could you imagine if your doctor said, oh, give him something sort of like Xanax, right? You can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So the Midrashic texts also are trying to convey the information like a love poem, as it were. We can't read them like prescriptions because that's not the way they were written. Okay, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi Yoshua ben Hananiah, the Roman government, that's under Hadrian, decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. Papas and Lucianus, these are two important rabbis at the time, set up tables from Akko to Antioch and provided for the Olim from the Galut, meaning they set up these tables. Principally, it seems to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for Israeli shekels, so that they could, because the term tables in Midrashic Hebrew means money changers. Those Kutim then went and sent to the emperor. Anybody know who the Kutim are? Kutim are the Samaritans. So we're going to get to them in a second. But the Kutim, and that's in the next slide actually, the Kutim and the Samaritans had a very difficult time with each other. The Kutim or Samaritans and the Jews proper had a difficult time with each other. I'll explain who they are in a moment. But at any rate, here, they're going to essentially ruin the plan. The Kutim then went and said to the emperor, "Be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls finished," I love this translation, "they will not pay tribute or toll," said he, the emperor, to them, to the Samaritans. "What is to be done, seeing that I have already issued a decree?" Said they to him, "Send to them and say, either change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits. Then they will of themselves abandon the venture." Meaning the story in this midrash is that the Samaritans, who wanted to ruin the possibility of rebuilding the temple, they said to the emperor Hadrian, can't let them have the temple. He says, "What can I do? I already said I would let them have the temple." So they said to him, "You know what? Do this. Tell them you can have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. Like the embassy can be in Tel Aviv. It can't be in Jerusalem, for example." That was a joke. So thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It was not a joke, but it was like a quip. I keep the quip. Maybe the last thing will say if I have a quip. The other thing is, or say to them, "You can have your temple, but it should be a little bit roomier. Enlarge it by 5 cubits, which is the equivalent of about 9 feet or so. Or shrink it by 5 cubits." Now, why wouldn't the Jews say, "Sure, let's do it"? Because the temple has to be exact, right? The measurement is described and not exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, "You can have the temple, but it has to be a little bit bigger," they won't be able to accept it. And so what will happen, this is the plan of the Kutim, they are Jewish, by the way. I mean, we'll see exactly how Jewish and what context, but they ruined the plot. The Jews would have to refuse, and ultimately Hadrian got his way. A throng of Israel had congregated in the Vale of Beth Rimmon when the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep. Then a spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assemblage. Some said, "Let a sage stand forth and calm the people." The sage would, of course, be one of the Pharisees we talked about last week. They said, "Let Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah stand forth, for he is a great scholar of the Torah." So then Rabbi Yeshua arose and expounded this parable. It's a good parable. I'm going to use it on my kids. "Once a lion who stuck his lion, be off with you. Go and boast that you entered the lion's mouth and got out of there safely." So it is with the Jews, says Rabbi Yeshua. We ought to be satisfied that even though we got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without coming to harm. Right? So the parable of the story is that even though, and some elements of this may be exactly conforming to reality, that maybe Hadrian had this policy, he thought it might work, and then because of the internal conflict, specifically with the Samaritans, who were significant force in Israel at the time, he would come to a bad end, so he decided to change his mind. And Rabbi Yeshua ben Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah, representing the Pharisees, said, "You know what? Fine. We will do without the temple as long as we can do without the Romans as well." And that was sort of the attitude of the sages in a non-revolting fashion. But you saw that there was a chorus of voices saying we should fight against the Romans for the chutzpah of asking us to change our temple. Okay, so let's go a little further and try to figure out who are these Samaritans here. I'm sure you've heard the term the Good Samaritan. Does anybody know the meaning of that term? What is the Good Samaritan? Oh, give me the modern terminology. But what do we mean by it today? They're very nice. Okay, and why does that person have to be a Samaritan? What's the shot in Samaritan? Well, here's the parable. Basically, it occurs in the New Testament. I think it's in Luke. I'm sure a lot of my viewers will probably correct me. But what happens is there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or it may have been actually an opponent, I can't remember. He said to Jesus, how am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to really do all these things? I don't see anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus says, let me give you a parable. He says, there's a guy who's like mugged, and he's like lying on the side of the road bleeding. It's this beautiful kind of like, I'm not sure if Renaissance, he'll do it. Guy lying on the side of the road bleeding. And along comes a Kohen, a Jew, and sees him and then passes by. Walks, crosses the street. Then along comes a Levite, a Levi, sees him, doesn't want to deal with him. It's messy. The guy's bleeding across the other street. And along comes a Kuti, a Samaritan, and he helps him nevertheless. He bandages him up. He takes him to a hotel. He tells the innkeeper, whatever it costs, I'll pay it. I'll come back in a little while to check on him, the whole thing. And that is the Good Samaritan. But the point that we have to understand in the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hated each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had converted to Judaism under duress. Their whole story is described in Tanakh, that they were afraid that if they didn't convert to Judaism, they would be devoured by these lions. And so their conversion to Judaism was sort of suspect for a good 400 years. A good part of the Talmud, Tractate Barako in particular, goes back and forth. Do we consider them Jews or not Jews? Can we count them in a minyan? If we're eating and the waiter is one of these Samaritans, can the waiter be included in Zimun for the benching? They're going back and forth deciding, are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional rabbinic Jews in return. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a temple-like cult on Har Gerizim, on Mount Gerizim, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mountain up near Nablus, and they even to this day, by the way, Samaritans, they still sacrifice on certain holidays, goats and things like that, because it's sort of like the ancient temple cult. It is the Samaritan version. And so at that point, the rabbis said that they're definitely not considering them Jews, they're off. And they had a tremendous fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how they used to fight is the rabbis, when they would announce a new moon, they would signal to far-off communities that the new moon had been declared, so people would know when is Rosh Chodesh, when is Pesach, when is all these holidays, and they would do it by, lighting signal fires on mountaintops. And from far away, you would see the fires, so you would light a fire and go on, until the Samaritans started waiting and lighting fires on their own, on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system, and we had to go to a printed calendar, and synagogues made a lot of money as a result because they could print catalogs. At any rate, so the story, Jesus' story, is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying all the people who should have helped this Jewish guy on the road, they refused to, and of all people, Dafka, it's a Samaritan who helps them. It's like saying, you're let's say you're stuck in a really bad neighborhood, and all of the inner city population, rich people are walking by, let's say white middle-class Americans are walking by, leaving alone, and then an inner city resident who is dirt poor walks up and takes care of you. It's like Dafka, it's the Samaritan helps.
Here we go.
Did I make that a little?
We are just checking to see if this is going to work. This is on Windows 10. We have the I accept button, and watch what the pointer does. It takes a few seconds because it's all automated. Because I create bots. I'm sick like that. Alright, here we go. Gonna do something in a moment. And if it doesn't, we're gonna be confused because the robot should know when to click. Here we go. And it's gonna do this little thing. Alright. And unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again. Yo, Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix.
And their version of Christianity, you want to call it that, is basically all the mitzvos plus belief in Jesus. And you also have a growing population, especially outside of Israel, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity, and they are practicing no mitzvos, but believing in Jesus. So it's a mixed population. It doesn't make sense? Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they are like Romans, Greeks, from Asia Minor, all these places, and they leave essentially paganism to become Christians, but they feel no reason to go through Judaism to get to Christianity. They go straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like that. And there's internal struggles within the Christian world, but definitely they are united against the Romans and united against the Jews as well. I mean, the rabbinic. And then finally, you have these Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to betray the Jews, as we saw in the story with Adrian. And there's a lot of conflict as a result. To a certain degree, it will affect the Bar Kokhba revolution, but I didn't include much of it in this particular lecture. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba revolution. I'll show you some depictions of the historians there. But there's a broad agreement on the major causes of the war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the third decade, the second decade of the second century, that there was a tremendous amount of hooliganism, a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. You have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control. They're not trying to establish a Rechtsstaat, society governed by law. They're just basically letting it become lawless as long as it doesn't affect the governing authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of from in a way. They're kind of like pious in a way. Like the Talmud describes one man who was being led off to execution, and as he is being carried away to being executed, he shouts, "Tell the widow of Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of God." I can't remember what city it was. But here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say he's off being executed, and he's letting the widow of so and so know that he was the one who killed her husband? Yeah, good question. Anyone want to offer a suggestion? What if the body was never found? Right. So if the body was never found, then she would be an aguna. She would not be allowed to remarry. Well, if she were to remarry, right, against the rabbinic approval. So by going and shouting, "I killed him," that meant that she was no longer an aguna. She was a widow, and therefore couldn't remarry. So then the rabbis got into a big tumult. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy being let off to be executed? I mean, how reliable is that for testimony? They concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, we would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that you get a sense of the kind of confused period of the time that here's a person who has no problem murdering another Jew, but he's about to execute. He wants to definitely save this other woman from being an aguna. The local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily. In particular, one individual named Timaeus Rufus, or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, began to impose some really severe measures on the Jewish population, outlining a lot of basic Jewish practices. There's some debate about which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, observance of circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of stories of brutality from this one Turnus Rufus that certainly escalated the conflict. Now, Dio Cassius, or Cassius Dio, shown here, the Roman historian from the late first century, early second century, late first, second century, early third century, who wrote that the flashpoint for the revolt was specifically Hadrian's destruction of Jerusalem and its renaming as Aela Capitolina, meaning that was totally the opposite of his earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding the temple, and most historians follow Cassius Dio in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius, shown here, who is a church historian, as are other major non-Jewish historians on this period, he says that actually the temple was raised, or the Aela Capitolina was renamed, Jerusalem was raised further after the revolt, as kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So historians at this point do not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the zealots felt, okay, this is the time that we can finally rise up against Josephus says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. It wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. It made a lot of noise, the banging, the clanging, you had to get the raw materials and so on. And the Romans kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges and so on. And the Jews would intentionally make poor quality swords. Meaning, like they would have a defective one every 2 or 3 swords, and they would hand these over to the Romans, and the Romans would say, "What is this garbage?" And they say, "Feh," and they would probably not say "feh," but they would give the swords back and say, "Give us better quality swords." And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of admittedly defective swords, but they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. What we do have evidence of, however, is approximately 125 tunnels found to date that they were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. Their strategy was to build these underground tunnels throughout, in particular, Judea, but also stretching forward into Galilee. Anyway, they built these and they hid in them, and they used them, when the Romans would approach, they would go out and they would have these guerrilla attacks on the Romans, and eventually they would seize towns one at a time, fortify them. The Romans, unfortunately, had the contrary strategy, which when they finally came in to take care of the rebellion, they besieged these towns terribly. We have some tremendous massacres as a result. But the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. One that I'll show you at the end of this lecture was actually 300 meters in length inside a very remote cliffside, and it had 3 separate chambers and all kinds of amazing things. Okay, now the star of the rebellion literally was Shimon Bar Kokhba. His name was probably Koseva, which is probably a family name. Koseva, we're not exactly sure. But he was known as Bar Kokhba. The word Kochav in Hebrew means star. And so there was this homiletic sort of appreciation of his name, the son of a star, because there was a passage in the Bible that referred to a star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah. Mashiach will come from the line of Jacob, and he will create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore sovereignty to the Jews in Israel. And actually, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short life. However, his ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment among the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion later as Bar Koziba. Kazav in Hebrew means to lie. So what was once son of a star became son of a lie, because it was all for naught. At any rate, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, letters commanding his officers to move to this place, move to that place, and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even cruel to his underlings. He frequently referred to their punishment if they failed to follow his orders. He was insisting that his underlings are betraying the people if they do not follow his orders exactly to the letter, and then he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an even aggressive style vis-a-vis God, and this is something that the rabbis took the task for, perhaps post facto, but apparently when it came to praying for their victory, he said to God, "Don't help, but don't interfere either." And he said, "God, stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself." A tremendous chutzpah. You get a sense of the kind of personality of the man. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period. It's like the bandits that we spoke about earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Arba Minim, or the Lulav and Etrog, for the Sukkot holidays. Apparently, they're extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to like import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism, rabbinic Judaism at the same time. There's no question that in terms of his personal character, his ethos, he would not be elected chief rabbi of the year. But on the other hand, in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, it was unparalleled. And ultimately, he was successful in driving out the Romans. Now, it was in this context that we can understand his nomination as the Messiah. Because, there's a lot written about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition. But at its fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there's a discussion of two Mashiachs, two of them, one following another. But basically, Mashiach is a human being, in Jewish tradition, a total human being, not the Son of God, obviously, who will lead a military victory and bring all the Jews back to the land of Israel and establish a level of security for the Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Bar Kokhba was doing was in fact leading to these goals. And when he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seemed that the messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this one Bar Kokhba. According to Maimonides, who wrote the best synopsis of Jewish philosophy on what Mashiach is, of who Mashiach will be, he wrote that Bar Kokhba could have been Mashiach, but he sinned, and as a result, he was killed for his sins. His sins may have included things like the very, chutzpahdik attitude to God, and things like that. Akiva, the great rabbi of his times, was a follower of Bar Kokhba. Some have argued that he lobbied for him actively throughout the Jewish diaspora, but he certainly argued forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. He was not. There was multiple voices, however, among the Pharisees, and as I think I mentioned in the bulletin, Rabbi Yochanan ben Tarta said to Akiva, grass will grow from your cheek before the Messiah comes, meaning that you're going to be dead, buried, you'll be fertilizing grass. You can't rely on Bar Kokhba to be Mashiach. So not one unanimous voice among the rabbis, but Rabbi Akiva was primus inter pares. He was one of the greatest of them. So his voice was extremely important. This is, by the way, a document from some of the Bar Kokhba papers or papyri that have existed, found itself to the present day. So here's a map showing where the revolt was centered. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially in the area of Yehuda. That's around Jerusalem to the east, around the Dead Sea. The revolt started when Hadrian left town about the year 132. And as I mentioned, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village, drive out whatever Roman troops were there, immediately take over the entire location, probably had a lot of sympathizers among the local population, dig these tunnels, fortify, and get ready for the Romans to counterattack. And ultimately, going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which was really quite an amazing achievement. Here is one of the many coins that was minted by Bar Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, malleable metals. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And I'll have a look at some of these symbols here. Anyone recognize this structure here? The Mishkan, or I would say actually a little bit later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the Holy of Holies, right? Which was created by Herod in a kind of a neoclassical style. That's why you have the kind of Greek style columns, things like that. So what does it mean that Bar Kokhba is putting this on his coinage? What are his values? They're clearly, very national, religious. Let's get back to Jerusalem. Let's get our temple sacrifice going. That was like a really important thing to him. This little item up here, anyone figure out what that is? Sorry? I'll give not a line. This little thing up here, I'll give you a hint. It twinkles. Star, right. And who's that? Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple, the Bar Kokhba, his star is shining there. That's the symbol. Now this is, I believe, to be some kind of lulav. Not positive about it. I may be confusing this with another coin. But again, also a religious symbol. The coinage, Mr. Rodriguez was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. These are actually old-style Hebrew letters, and they say things like Shimon, or Shimon Bar Kokhba, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I read about them in other books. You have to take my word for it. Now, so this is like the high point of the victory was the conquest of Jerusalem, which he held for possibly 3 years. But the Romans counterattacked, obviously, and they brought in troops from all over. The Romans had taken a terrible beating, so much so that in his report to the Senate, the Emperor Hadrian omitted a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other, the Emperor writes, greetings to you, senators. I and my army are well. He omitted the and my army part, because they were really taking a beating in Judea, which was, can you imagine it from a Rome perspective? You just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every generation they're rebelling. And who are they? Tiny little people. The Roman Empire extends from Scotland all the way out to Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean basin, and they just can't deal with these Jews. Keep on fighting back. What's wrong with them? So he sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's approximately 10,000 troops. 140 to 225,000 troops were brought into Israel to quell the rebellion. We have inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel when they were attacking Bar Kokhba. It was really a full court press against them. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You could compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which was also a doomed effort. There was no way that the Jews hiding in the Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army, but nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt at it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the size of forces. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We have coinage that survived that says, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 1, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 2, and a third that may even be read year 3, and then the coinage disappears. So we're thinking that the war lasted approximately 3 years. At least Jerusalem was held for approximately 3 years, but ultimately it could not be sustained. The last stand was in Beitar, which has become a symbol for Jews throughout the centuries. Beitar was one of the last holdouts of the Bar Kokhba's rebels, and he had a very enthusiastic level of support from the local population. The Talmud says, did we lose this image? It'll come back? Okay. The Talmud says that in Beitar, there were 300 school children who, if they heard the Romans were approaching, would take their styluses, their pens, and they would run out of school to poke the Romans' eyes out. Just as an illustration, the Talmud was trying to say just how deep the support was for the Bar Kokhba revolution in this town, which is, by the way, located in a place called, I've forgotten it, Kfar al-Ikab, I think. I'll look it up on the thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply waited out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under their fortifications, and they did not engage the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for it and to open up the siege, at which point the Romans, who had, of course, been well fed throughout the months and even years of the siege, they simply massacred the fighters at Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of the carnage are, incredibly hyperbolic. Like, for example, they said that the Romans rode with their horses into blood up to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what that would be like. They said that the fields around Beitar were fertilized with Jewish blood for 3 years afterward. All kinds of extensive stories trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar eventually fell, and one of the ironies of Jewish history, on the 9th of Av, which is kind of like the day in which so many tragedies have happened to the Jews, the destruction of the temples, actually the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto, the expulsion from Spain. It happens to be like a uniquely bad day for Jews, kind of in a sort of like National Jewish Bad Luck Day. It's a really bad time for Jews, but I shouldn't joke about it. And Beitar fell on that day. The Romans, in an act of cruelty, would not allow other Jews to come and to retrieve the bodies, and they insisted on just leaving them there to rot in the August sun without burial. This lasted for approximately a week until finally the Romans, deciding that the revolution really was at an end, they finally allowed Jews to come and collect the bodies of the dead and to bring them to burial. At which point the rabbis instituted a blessing in the liturgy, which is read always to remember the Bar Kokhba rebellion and the subsequent burial of the martyrs at Beitar. The blessing reads as follows: Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, the Almighty, our Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Maker, our Holy One of Jacob, our Shepherd, the Shepherd of Israel, the King who is good and who does good for all. For every single day he did good, he does good, and he will do good to us. He was bountiful with us. He was bountiful with us. He is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us, with grace and with kindness and with mercy, with relief, salvation, success, blessing, help, consolation, sustenance, support, mercy, life, peace, and all good, and of all good things may he never deprive us. Recognize where that comes from? If I read the Hebrew, you'd probably get it right away. Exactly. It's the fourth blessing in benching, one that ends Al Yechasreinu. So the grace after meals, specifically, this one paragraph was instituted by the rabbis in memory of the massacre at Beitar and the ultimate burial of the body. We actually have a lot of passages like that in the liturgy where the liturgy will not specifically refer to a historical event, but it's supposed to evoke the kind of feelings that the authors want. Another example, for example, would be the Al Harachamim prayer that we read on Shabbat, which is the memory of the massacres of 1096 in the Rhineland. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Rabbi Akiva lived through all of this, but 24,000 of his students famously did not. So there's a lot of discussion among historians. As I'm sure you're familiar with the legend that 24,000 of Akiva's students died over one summer, and as a result, we have the period known as Sphira. Well, we call it Sphira because it coincides with a part of counting the Omer, which is Sphirata Omer, the counting of the Omer, which is basically usually between Passover and the holiday of Shavuot, and in that time there's roughly a month of semi-mourning. And the mourning includes, no haircuts, no listening to music, things like that, no buying clothes, and it's supposed to be in memory of Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students who died during that time. Now, the tradition does not state that they died in the Bar Kokhba rebellion, but given Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba, it stands to reason that his students would also support them, and the timing in the summer is exactly right. So some historians have opined that those 24,000 students died in battle with the Romans and not from a plague. The term plague that Talmud uses is kind of like a euphemism for the Romans, the Acanic persecutions. Hadrian came back with a vengeance and specifically ordered 10 great rabbis killed in an extremely public and demonstrative fashion. The most infamous of those deaths, of course, was reserved for Rabbi Akiva, whose flesh was raked from his body with iron combs. Kutzbis, the translator, whose head was removed from his body and dragged about the streets of Jerusalem by a pig. There are all these examples which we read actually in the liturgy. In Ela Ezkara, we read this on the holiday of Yom Kippur. We go through the story of the so-called Asara Haruge Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, which were those martyrs lost their lives in the immediate aftermath of the failed Bar Kokhba revolution. So we see that these events have directly affected the liturgical life of the Jew even to the present day. Now, the last element that I find really fascinating about the whole Bar Kokhba story is one of the discoveries of the caches of materials left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea, even less accessible than Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. It's in a cliff face where you have to walk across these extremely dangerous little narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away, and then you have to make this climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course was not present back then. They used rope ladders and things like that to get to this cave with 2 entrances and a massive network of tunnels that housed entire families. The kind of materials that were found in these caves indicate that women and children lived with the rebels. You had entire families and who knows how many, maybe a few hundred people living in these caves for years. They had stocked up on water, which could only be got from about 10 miles away. There's no water otherwise. And they had evidence of ritual implements and had a full religious life going on inside these caves as they're hiding from the Romans. What I found absolutely amazing, and I had not heard about this before, was buried in the entrance to that Cave of Letters was a small packet. This is it here, discovered in 1960 by the Israeli archaeological team led by General Yadin, which contained the personal correspondence of a woman named Babata. And in this personal correspondence, we have all kinds of her letters describing a custody battle she had over one of her sons, her marriage contract, legal affairs that she was involved in. Absolutely fascinating materials. These were documents that were extremely important to her, so she buried them before she was ultimately killed by the Romans, and they were found. So 2,000 years later. So the change of topic for next week is I'd like to find out everything we can about this woman, Babata, and try to understand what we can learn from this about the life of women in 2nd century Israel. But let me get back to Bar Kokhba and to bring it to a conclusion. Bar Kokhba's legacy is profound and confused in some ways. Profound in that this was the last major military attempt by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times, and it would be a long 1,800 years before they would ever dream of doing this again in a real fashion. It was a heroic rebellion, it was a successful rebellion, and it ended, however badly, in a very bloody massacre at Beitar, all of which we remember very profoundly in our liturgical tradition in particular. Perhaps the saddest element for the Jews, however, was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But at any rate, I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week we'll talk about Babata, and I hope you have a great night. Well, you made it all the way to the end of the video, so I hope that means you really enjoyed it, or else you fell asleep to the terminal. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for watching. And I'd like to develop more of a relationship with my viewers. And so please feel free to click the like button or leave a little comment at the bottom. I try to respond as much as possible. And if this video was useful to you, then please pass it on to someone else who might also find it. Okay. Thank you very much, and have a great week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. The other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back, and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from you, Zach Devicer, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So Benjamin wakes up one morning, a Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. And he says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell this one before. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. Okay. I'm not going to shul. And Mom says, but Benjamin, what's the matter? He says, I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul. And she says, listen, Benjamin, you have to go for two reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi. Okay, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more, I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching, and it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is the Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Molly is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the trub. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz, who are starting his bar mitzvah lesson, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the trub, when you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Molly and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the shul and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner. 5774. 5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year, too. Sorry, wrong date. Thank you. I never edit these videos. That's why I'm going to get in trouble. Now, one more good and welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more video in our classes, but I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Danit Malka. Yeah. You want me? Oh, that's okay. Thank you. So, what this is all about is my son Alexander is a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which is pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is a marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas. But ultimately, the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is, in fact, what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, and the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level. But in the Jewish world, he was cut off in a very dramatic and, in fact, permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened, by the way, at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It's far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside of the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I think about it, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans, byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation, and as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them. I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these 2 bifurcated populations, and the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid, and this Chinois, right, my Chinese friend Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson, and we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at the time as well, because obviously they were not Calvinists, and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. Jews should not step beyond their boundaries socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders, meaning it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not, raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is nonconformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reason for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I was under the impression that they're not so well. The Netherlands, but actually, in particular, the Jews were invited because of their biblical, their experience in various realms of either money and so forth and so on. I wish I could remember the.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they could prove their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and thank you. Steve says Baruch Hashem. Okay, all right. No, it's been a long time. The car with no pedals, no brake pedals. Yeah, okay, all right, okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyways, so there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and importuned her and trying to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, quell about, so to speak. That's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking, kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Urgeschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Portuguese Jews surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal, and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, what are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there was suspicion that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them, and by the time it got sorted out, and they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And they said, okay, Jews, fine, but they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources, and they said, okay, fine, you're here already as long as you're not Catholic, so, Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term, Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good, balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a deep-rocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Emden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology, and it was van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with the most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, translated usually as I think, really it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the proposition that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. Very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are two possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming or I'm under hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. And he says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yasher Koach, well done. But that's your first statement. I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that, Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in dem Grenzen von Börsen Vernunft. Religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's why I was saying German. Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. Starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when it gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian, we see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. Fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian. Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same line as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in the description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people were like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth. But I especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I think, I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you can tell me a story about, I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people, you know? And someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and said, you know, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. As soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis, from the period, refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning, for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado in Hebrew. There is nothing other than He, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which was circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rebbe, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. Not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God.
The chill bar discourse server is neither chill nor a bar.
Definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe
I
is a
sent
God that is active, a God that
emojis
will create, a miracle.
approximately once every 5 minutes, which in someone's opinion was considered spam. And I got banned, and they would not give me a second chance.
That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides.
I told them less than 24 hours ago I was going to light them up, and I'm doing it right now. I was going to publicize their screen names. Only their screen names, but here are the worst moderators on Discord.
And that contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality. That somehow, by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read. One of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not, value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's clearly it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. And he also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the Tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco van Emden. Remember him, he was a secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest. And she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had a long and extensive philosophical discussion, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but they're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment. But it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem, never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you get a feel for it. Okay, the lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounced. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds. And having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Espinosa, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Espinosa should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. The sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Espinosa with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. But you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Like a Islamic
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
One of the most consistent
I don't know
streamers
much about
in the
fatwas,
history
but it
of Kick.
definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there is no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just part of the community of a community doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a
everyone
Catholic.
tell everyone you know to come to Ori's stream right now. We're gonna light this place on fire. We are here. We're
That's a good question. Okay.
we're here. No fear. Get over it.
It's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here. So I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to
Quit
make
watching
vows.
all the other streamers
It's
right
that we're
now and
strongly
watch this
discouraged from
stream.
making
Tell
vows.
everyone
If
you
we
know.
make a vow,
And
we really
if
have
you
to
see
keep it.
this, make
That's
sure
why
you
if we
make
make a
clips of
blast,
this
then we have code
because
nature.
I'm gonna name
So
all your
curses
biggest
also,
streamers. And if your
we're not
biggest
supposed to
streaming
curse,
brands aren't on this,
but we have the power to
they're
curse.
going
In fact,
to
in the Holy Bible,
benefit from this
biblical
because a
verses.
rising tide
And
lifts all
if you're
ships.
curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the right. But nevertheless, when this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we
I love
excoriate.
Ari's stream.
So this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts, right? Stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority, culture made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, you weren't. And actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the Orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term Orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be Orthodox. This was the Jewish community. Part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and Mitzvah. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, you know what, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly, you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, curse. Well, I don't want to go into a particular stuff, but the concept is, yeah. Yeah, but my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. She was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's. Yeah, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Landler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So, he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza in the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz Dietrich's theory that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community is so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out, but the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam at this time, and it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting this amount of trouble in once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabboses, then, we bring out the Sefer Torah and ban them, But they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means before Kiddush, they have to be here, gambling, marriage without parental consent, interesting kind of expression of, hope you're paying attention, Elisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them into cherem. Yes, I know you want to object to that? That's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, and you go back even before that, you look at the Talmud, that one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage or arranged introduction. There's lots of parental coercion.
The so-called soft at the very end of the day.
So we are checking to see if this is going to work. This is on Windows 10. We have the I accept button, and watch what the pointer does. It takes a few seconds because it's all automated. Because I create bots. I'm sick like that. Alright, here we go. Gonna do something in a moment. And if it doesn't, we're gonna be, because the robot should know when to quit. Here we go. And this little thing. Alright. And unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again. Yo, Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix. Yo, dog. Here we are. We're just waiting on this bad boy. Just gotta do a few little things on waiting. Alright, so this is a Windows 10 computer. Here we go. I accept. Gonna scroll through. Eddie, Santa Maria, are you watching this? I have this privacy policy basically memorized at this point. Here we go. You're like, why is it scrolling? It just has to get around some automation detection. And it's going to press the I accept button in a moment. And when it does, okay, so it's going to work, but not work. So it says, unknown error, please try again, but it worked. It actually did work. You're like, did it actually log you in? Yeah, it did. So this is an account. It's Join Rabbi's Discord _13725. This bad boy worked, but you get unknown error for some reason, which doesn't make any sense. So please, can we fix this? I want Kick to be really, really successful. Please fix this. Alright, Eddie, Santa Maria, here we go. Let's see if we get this error. So what's going to happen? Give it a little time. I've got a bot that's going. But essentially, if I do this by myself anyway, it works there. Great. Now I'm going to show you that it doesn't work.
Any questions at this point?
Welcome.
User error, please try again. There it is. User error, please try again. User error, please try again. Eddie, Santa Maria, please. Alright, Eddie, Santa Maria, here we go. Let's see if we get this error. So what's going to happen? Now I'm going to show you that it doesn't work. Alright, Eddie, Santa Maria, here we go. Let's see if we get this error. So what's going to happen? Give it a little time. I've got a bot that's going. But essentially if I do this by myself anyway, it works there. Great. Now I'm going to show you that it doesn't work. Yo, dog. Here we are. We're just waiting on this bad boy. Just got to do a few little things I'm waiting. Alright, so this is a Windows 10 computer. Here we go. I accept. Gonna scroll through. Eddie, Santa Maria, are you watching this? I have this privacy policy basically memorized at this point. Here we go. You're like, why is it scrolling? It just has to get around some automation. And press the I accept button in a moment. When it does, okay, so it's gonna work, but not work. So it says unknown error, please try again, but it worked. It actually did work. You're like, did it actually log you in? Yeah, it did. So this is an account. It's join Rabbi's Discord _13725. we go. We are just checking to see if this is going to work. This is on Windows 10. We have the I accept button, and watch what the pointer does. It takes a few seconds because it's all automated. Because I create bots. I'm sick like that. Alright, here we go. Gonna do something in a moment. And if it doesn't, we're gonna be confused because the robot should know when to click. Here we go. And this thing. Alright. And unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again. Go. Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix. Here we go. And unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again. Please try again. There it is. User error, please try again. User error, please try again. Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix. Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix. Unknown air. All right, Eddie, Santa Maria. So, it works there. Great. Now I'm going to show you that it doesn't work.
Yo, dog. Eddie, this one's for you. Alright, so. Yo, Eddie, this one's for you. Alright, so I'm gonna do this without anything associated with, like, joining my Discord. Eddie, though, you should join my Discord, and so should everybody else. It's Rabbi. It's Discord. I know what you're thinking. You may be like, well, maybe you're getting this unknown error because you are entitling your accounts Join Rabbi's Discord, which you all should. It's Rabbi. Fuck. Hey, Eddie, it's your favorite rabbi here. I know you're probably thinking, well, maybe you're getting this unknown error on the Kick platform because you're entitling your usernames as Join Rabbi's Discord, and we have something that is stopping that, and we'll test it. We're gonna take a look over here at an account I'm just making brand new. We're gonna call the username Eddie Please Fix Kick. All right, here we go. Getting that code. I'm the king of these bad boys. I do these bad boys in my sleep, literally, because I bought that book for me. All right, here we go. So we're gonna copy this. We're gonna paste it. Paste these. Here we go. Bingo, bango, bongo. You've got all this amazingness. All right, we're gonna accept. Da-da-da-da. What's gonna happen? And it worked. Eddie, please fix Kick. All right, great. Glad. Same video. Sign up. Yeah. We'll go over here. We'll generate a new email. Dude, shout out to tempm.com for making me a household name in the world of Kick. You guys are amazing. All right, so we're going to come over here. 05141948. All right, how about this one? We'll call Eddie, please fix Kick 007. Because we're secret like that. Username's already taken? No way. No way. I doubt it. So what is that about? Why does that not work? Like that shows it's broken. Cause it's not. Nobody has that name. If you didn't have Eddie Please Fix Kick, nobody has Eddie Please Fix Kick 007. So you're even seeing like you guys need to go through your login process and know the minutia of it. Everything, especially with AI now, can be tested, and it should be flawless. Okay, so now what are we gonna do? Okay, so we'll go over here. We'll just like refresh the page, I guess. But that's not right. Username is not taken. Someone who doesn't know better might actually think that's the case. And I don't know why somebody would be doing it, but they could. And the fact that they could means that you should prepare for it. Okay, generate new email. Here we go. Paste 05 14 19. Wait. Okay, so now I thought, fuck! Yo, Eddie, it's your favorite rabbi here. All right, so we're doing a little bit more testing. I know you might think, well, maybe this isn't working because you're entitling all of the accounts rabbi. Uh, what's up, Eddie? It's your favorite rabbi. I know you may be thinking, hey, maybe you're getting this unknown error because your accounts are using a similar username. Join Rabbi's Discord, which, Eddie, you should. It's a big deal. Everybody should join Rabbi's Discord, discord.me/rabbi, and t.me/HPOS10I. I want everybody to know that I'm doing my best to fix this, but I'm unable to. So I've changed the name of the username to Eddie Please Fix Kick. We're going to come over here. We're going to press sign up. We're going to get that 6-digit code. Refresh. Cool. All right. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Got this bad boy memorized at this point. I accept. What's going to happen, Eddie? What's going to happen, Eddie? Okay, it worked. Great. Now, watch. Watch. We did this earlier, but then I ran out of storage space because everything about technology stinks and I want to improve it. Okay, so we're gonna come over here, generate new email. I'm sure this video will be too long as well, and it's just gonna stop, and it's gonna be terrible, and everything's gonna be awful. All right, now what? We're gonna come over here, 5/14/1948, and what username are we gonna use? Eddie, please fix kick. How about 69? How about Eddie, please fix kick bear? We'll just throw a random word in there, BEAR. Username's taken. That's a bad user experience. So I'm going to end this video. Hopefully you guys can fix this. Thanks.
Favorite rabbi. I know you may be thinking, hey, it's the favorite rabbi. I know you may be thinking, hey, maybe you're getting this unknown error because and t.me/HBOS10I. I want everybody to know that I'm doing my best to fix this, but I'm unable to. So I've changed the name of the username to Eddie Please Fix Ick. We're gonna come over here and press sign up. We're gonna get that 6-digit code, refresh.
Like, for instance, a time of cold. Millions are dying. That's a natural way of dying.
All right, here we go.
In a world that has so much, that's a natural way of dying. And the way that people get older,
Got this password memorized.
that's a natural way of dying.
I accept.
This kind of death
Now what?
doesn't really exist.
We're gonna come over here. Fix kick 69. How about 56? Nobody has that. How about Eddie Please Fix Kick Bear? We'll just throw a random word in there. BEAR. Username's taken. That's a bad user experience. So I'm gonna end this video. Hopefully you guys can fix this. Thanks. Favorite rabbi. I know you may be thinking, hey, maybe you're getting this unknown error. Because your accounts are
Lifestyle. Maybe that death will be enough to erase all their sins and get them directly to heaven. I really hope so. I really hope. Especially if their relatives take addiction for 1 year, and they're definitely going to help them. Hopefully, it will be enough to send them express to heaven, and in the end, they are luckier than us. Believe it or not. If this throws them in an unexpected way, of billions, we send them now, or a few months from now, directly to heaven, and they come to don't have to reincarnate again. All I can do is be happy for them. The only problem is, I don't know, maybe the word religion. Based on the pictures, one of them was an Arab. One of the four was not a Jew. It was a Bedouin. A Zionist Bedouin. Believe it or not, some Bedouins are Nazis. Murderers. Some of them are patriotic. Right. They want Israel. Unbelievable. All depends what kind of brainwash they had to go through in their childhood. Their family was extreme anti-Jewish, they grew up to be Nazis. If their family was pro-Israel, they're actually happy, they have nice homes, free, democracy, they get full rights, they actually enjoy it. You know, if they live in any other Arab country, they would suffer little compared to the life they have. Some of them are grateful, some of them are ungrateful. Same thing with Israeli Arabs. Some of them are terrorists, wants to kill us all, and some of them are doctors. They love the life in Israel. They live better than Switzerland. They may scream, God, those Jews, but inside there are, if you tell them, okay, now it's the bottom line. There are two buttons. You press one button, Israel is no longer a state of Jews. They're all either going to be killed or get out of the country. Who takes over? Hamas. You agree? 99% of them will not agree, unless they're really stupid. Because Hamas will slaughter them, will butcher them. All these gays for Palestine, for this. If they only knew what expected for them, if they would fall for 1 hour in the hand of Hamas, you know what they will do to them? They will kill them in torture you can imagine. Nobody hates the gays more than this Hamas, than these Palestinians in general. We can change our entire future. Erase one of the suffering that are due to us. Can erase the crime. Bring us closer to God. It's a day that He gave us.
Yo, Eddie, it's your favorite rabbi here. All right, so if you're with us still, it's Eddie. Please fix Bear. It's not working. It says username's already taken. I mean, let's just pick something that nobody has. Username is already taken. Eddie, please fix kick rabbi. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna just refresh the page. Come over here to sign up. Okay, let's just grab a generate a random email. And like, I want this to work so much that I'm showing you everything that I do because I know how much opportunity this platform has. So just know that I think it can be really great. Okay, so Eddie, please fix your platform. Username must be okay. Please fix kick now. All right, here we go. We're gonna go over here to refresh, and we are going to copy this. We are going to paste this. We'll see what happens. I really never know. It's like 50-50 or 30%, 33%. Okay, here we're doing it. It's going to work this time. I can tell because of how long it takes. Or it should. It should have worked. This is a Windows 11. Windows 11 stinks. Oh, unknown error. Oh, it didn't work. See, I don't even know. And I've got this thing down to a science. Unknown error. Why? Dog, I don't know. Eddie, please fix your app. Santa Maria, please. You guys have 200 employees, and you're not trying the most basic things. I know that this may not seem like a major issue, but you have no idea. Dog, this is how people sign up for the platform. I want this to be the best platform that streaming's ever had, and it is going to be. But these things need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed quickly. please fix.
It's not working. The username's already taken. I mean, let's just pick something that nobody has. Username is already taken. Take Rabbi. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna just refresh the page. Over here to sign up. Okay, just grab a generated. And like, I want this to work so much that I'm showing you everything that I do because I know how much opportunity this platform has. So, I think it can be really great. Okay, so Eddie, please
went to high school and university,
fix
and now he met his first girlfriend, and the second one, and now he got married, and now he got divorced, and now he got married again, and now he got divorced, and now he got married again.
username.
7 times married and divorced.
Okay.
And how many people not one out of the marriage, one in the marriage, it's entire
Kick now.
confused, mixed up life. How much money he made, what was the moment of his life when he finally got the job that
Here
he
we go.
desired, money, and he bought his first Mercedes, and it's a little bit about his home, about his hobby,
Copy this.
and that's
We are going to paste this. We'll see what happens. I really never know. It's like 50-50 or 30%, 33%. Okay, here we're doing it. It's gonna work this time. I can tell because of how long it takes. Or it should have worked. This is a Windows 11. Windows 11 stinks. No, unknown error. Oh, it didn't work. See, I don't even know. And I've got this down to a science. Unknown error. Why? Doug, I don't know. Eddie, please fix your app. Santa Maria, please. You guys have 200 employees, and you're not trying the most basic things. I know that this may not seem like a major issue, but you have no idea. This is how people sign up for the platform. I want this to be the best platform that streaming's ever had, and it is. But these things need to be fixed. Please fix it. It's your favorite rabbi here. All right, so if you're with us still, it's Eddie. Please fix Bear. It's not working. The username's already taken.
wasn't making them to die. Why is it? Maybe Hashem wants them to go up in the line, in Hashemayim, and give them a chance to survive. The other poor miserable soldiers, my heart goes out for them. Person didn't even start his life, children already died.
It's not working.
That's the bad news. The good news, I explained to you once, in Masechet Sanhedrin, page 47, the Gemara said that every person that died in a strange way, meaning unexpected, by a surprise, not in the normal way of death, meaning if you're 80 and you go to sleep and you don't wake up, that's normal. The person with cancer and he died, that's normal. Almost every other person. The world is a pandemic. In a place where you live, I don't know, Syria, Iraq, Gaza, places like this, people die on a daily basis. Either they start with Jews, they bomb them, Jews retaliate, and they die, or they kill each other. When they leave the Jews alone, they begin to kill each other. Yeah. And the rest of the confused people. So, what's the good news? minute of their life is what they speak, what they look at, what they eat, what they admire. They don't pray, they don't learn Torah, not kosher, they commit to the girls. They have a lot of problems. Most of the sins they commit, kosher, they're not even aware. They don't even know. So Hashem has a lot of mercy. They grew up like that. Their parents fed them with atheism. They are anti-God, anti-religion. And even if they are not traditional or they admire the religion or they had a grandfather, either way they are totally ignorant. In the Goli Yeshiva, in the public school in Israel, they people really feel very much allergic to religion. I think in America, but you learn more Jews than in public school. At least they talk about something. I'm not so sure. There is a chance that that's how steady that the states themselves after 2,000 years in exile, first thing they wanted to do is communist liberals, left enemies of God, is to create a state that has everything but Jews. That sounds steady. First thing you would think, wow, we the glory of the world, we the light of the world, we are the chosen people. We should teach the world what does it mean, a kosher holy state. We should be a light to the nations, like Hashem expects us to. What do? They say that more goyim than the goyim. The Arab country, Iran, any Arab country, they keep living. I have nothing to do with the Zion coming anti-God, which is about 80% of the nation. We are talking about the 20% who have religion, practice, eat kosher, learn Torah, love Torah, different, not including. So the Gemara in Masechet Sanhedrin, page 47, in the bottom of the page, a person die in an unexpected way, plane crash, a bomb falls on his head, a missile, a drone, car hit him, gas was released in the area and he choked, tree fell on his head, running and ran him over. Sitting in a balcony and the terrace collapsed. All kinds of things. All of that considered unexpected form of death. Because it wasn't a natural way, it wasn't a routine way that people die in such a way. But any other death that is already a natural way of death. People, like for instance, the time of COVID, millions are dying. That's a natural way of dying. In a world that has so much cancer, that's a natural way of dying. In a world that people get old and they go to sleep and they don't wake up in the morning, that's a natural way of dying. This kind of death doesn't count. But unexpected, it gives you a discount on all the things. Avoiding a lot of the punishments that are due to the time of death. Everyone stands in front of Hashem for a whole trial. Everybody is judged for what they've done right or wrong. So,
I'm going to show you that it doesn't work.
When he dies in an unexpected way, the Gemara says, death and an atonement for many of the things. I want to hope, only Hashem knows the answer to this question. I want to hope that all these soldiers that are dying now, they didn't start their life, they've only 7 years of secular lifestyle. Maybe that this death will be enough to erase all their sins and get them directly to heaven. I really hope for them. I really hope. Especially their relatives who say Kaddish now for 1 year. And I'm definitely going to help them. Hopefully it will be enough to send them express to heaven, and in the end they are luckier than us. Believe it or not. If this throne now or in a few months from now directly to heaven and they done their tikkun, they don't have to be incarnated again. All I can do is be happy. The only problem is the guarantee because I don't know who they are. I don't know what kind of community. Based on the picture, none of them were religious. One of them was an Arab. One of the four was not a Jew. There was a Bedouin, a Zionist Bedouin. Believe it or not, some Bedouins are Nazi murderers, and some of them are patriotic. Fight, want Israel to be unbelievable. It all depends what kind of brainwash they had to go through in their childhood. If their family was extreme anti-Jewish, they grew up to be Nazis. If their family was pro-Israel, they actually happy, they have nice homes, free, democracy, they get full rights, they actually enjoy it because they know if they live in any other Arab country, they would suffer little compared to the life they have in. Some of them are grateful, some of them are ungrateful. Same thing with Israeli Arabs.
Stand up for the streamers and the numbers that you put out. People get paid on this, and numbers don't match.
Favorite rabbi? I know you make me.
Or get out of the country. Who takes over? Hamas.
Here we go.
You agree? 99% of them will not agree. Unless really stupid. Because Hamas would slaughter them, butcher them. All this hey, get this to Palestine.
Unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again.
All for 1 hour in the hand of Hamas. You know what they will do to them? They will kill them in the coolest torture you can imagine. Nobody more than this Hamas, than these Palestinians in general. Every religious Palestinian, the first thing he would want is to chop the head of every guy in the world, whether it's Jewish or Christian or an Arab. So it looks to me idiotic, completely stupid, that there are lefty liberals in the university right here in the United States demonstrate together with the Arabs with the Palestinian made-up flag from the river to the sea, when if they only knew what the Arabs will do to them if they will be in their hand. In any country, not only Hamas, in Saudi Arabia, Iran, if they're making out in Iran, they're actually the problem. They will hang them in the middle of Tehran, on the streets of Tehran, where those lifts, in construction
And
lifts.
e.me/HPOS10.
Every day you put a sticker,
I want everybody to know that I'm doing my best to
this
fix
is Iran. Iran is
Eddie.
and they are
This video will be too long as well, and it's just going to stop. It's going to be terrible, and everything's going to be awful. All right, now what? We're going to come over here. 5, 14, 19, 48. And what username are we going to use? Eddie. Please.
Nothing Israel is against them. There's not one law against them. They are totally free. But they attack kids.
Nobody has Eddie, please fix
So
kick
they want
69.
Israel.
How about 56?
They
No
want
one
Hamas
has
to
that.
take over.
How about
Hamas
Eddie, please fix kick?
This is
There. We'll just throw a random word in there. EDAR. Use your name's taken. That's a bad user experience. So I'm going to end this.
We're going to like the future of Israel. I'm not so worried because it's one by ארץ אשר השם אלוקיך בא מראשית השנה ועד אחרית השנה. The land that your God is staring at from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, meaning I love this land the most, meaning I run the show with Chameleon, with Donald Duck. Doesn't really matter. They're not going to run the show. But in the end, if This country, what the people would bring on themselves, that's what they're going to do. You cook something poison, you cook something healthy and delicious, fresh, you enjoy, you healthy. People over here will decide. They want the lefty, the radical, lefty, foolish government that will destroy not only America, that will destroy the world, the little bit that's left in the world in the next 4 years. Okay, let's
All right, so
let them do it.
you're with us still.
They
It's
want
Eddie
finally to put someone
Bear.
here
It's
that
not
will clean
working.
the
His
garbage.
username's already taken. I mean, let's just pick something that nobody has.
That's
Username is already taken. Could you please take Rabbi? Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna just come over here to sign up. Okay, let's just grab a generate.
country on other enemies from outside. He's only
And like, I want this to work so much that I'm showing you everything that I because I know how much opportunity platform has. So, no,
you are the one he wants to get rid of.
okay, so Eddie,
Almost saying that
please
how radical they are.
fix.
When all he says, he 100% truth done garbage, full of radical Muslim Nazis who took over university, full of lefty Jews that are traitors, that are enemies of God, enemies of United States, enemies of Israel, but most of everything they are enemies of God.
We'll see what happens. I really never know.
I'm Jewish.
It's like
I say the truth.
50,
There are a
50,
lot of righteous Jews,
30%,
religions,
33%.
pro God,
Okay, here we're
pro
doing it.
Israel,
It's gonna work.
a lot of righteous.
I can
And
tell
there are
this is
some
how
Jews
long
have no idea. Righteous are weak. No idea.
or it should. It should have worked. This is a Windows 11. Windows 11 6. Oh, unknown error. Oh, it didn't work. See, I don't even know. And I've got this thing down to a science. Unknown error. Why? Doug, I don't know. Eddie, please fix your app. Santa Maria, please. You guys have 200 employees, and you're not trying the most basic things. I know that this may not seem like a major issue, but you have no idea how people find unworthy platform. I want this to be the best platform that streaming's ever had, and it's going to. But these things need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed quickly.
Rabbi who is righteous or anything like that. Or the Republican country, party, the righteous party of righteous people. No, they are just a lot less wicked than the Democrats. That's what we have. We have pure garbage and half garbage. Choose which one you want. Choose which one you want. You want full garbage, half garbage, half good. That's basically what we have. We don't really have a great solution. You know, in Ireland, they had a great leader. He was elected. Out man, everything is to the point. He knows exactly what's right and what's wrong. We got lucky in Ireland. But here, you don't have these options. Yeah. Trump made a lot of good decisions the way he behaved. It's a lot of problems. Not perfect. You know, okay, not perfect. But what's better? Someone that is pro God, someone that is pro religion, pro family value, anti-abortion, anti-murdering baby, anti-Iran, anti-Hamas, anti-Nazi Palestinians, pro-Israel, and even pro-Jewish. When the Jews betray him again and again and again, he's still pro-Jewish. It's unbelievable. The reason he's pro-Israel and pro-Jewish because Hashem is running the show. He was a president. Hashem made him, do a lot of good things for the Israeli state. I want to promise you one thing. If Trump was a president right now, we would be able to win 10 times faster and 10 times better against our Nazi enemies. He would give us any weapon we want, unconditional. He wouldn't care what the world is barking about. Shut down these European liberals and tell them to be quiet. I run the show here. Yes, That's the way a leader has to be. God surrender to all people out there. This is the right decision. That's what we're going to do. There's some other Republicans that are very good. I don't even know them by name, but from time to time people send me videos. Very strong, great leaders. One of them is Cruz. Cruz. You ask me, I would make him the president in a minute. Such a righteous Gentile, such great ideology. He speaks politics better than any Israeli leader, better than Netanyahu. You ask me, I will make him the prime minister of Israel in a minute, even though he's not Jewish. If I had to put him as a prime minister, in a minute I would put him. But Hashem runs the world. If Trump would lose, that means Hashem is preparing for us a horrible future, meaning there's going to be more liberalism and more illegal immigrants and more terrorism here and more anti-American people here, more demonstrations, more Jews will be afraid to go to university. Right now, it's already a life risk. If you send your Jewish kid to university, you risk his life. Literally, it's a life risk. He can get stabbed, he can get bombed. I say that one of the reasons that Hashem is doing it, that now all these left universities that the Jews donated billions of dollars to them over the years, decades of donations. Jews are the number one in the list of donations. They give universities so many billions of dollars over the years. Harvard, all these universities. And now the university stepped them in the back and made them unwanted and let the Arabs take over and all the other people. It's the way of Hashem of throwing Jews out of this horrible university. Because every person who goes to those universities, he becomes inside a righteous person. By the time he leaves the university, he will be an evil, wicked human being with horrible, radical, lefty, extreme ideology. The university destroys Jews and destroys Gentiles. Everyone who puts his kids in university murder them not physical murder, spiritual murder. Because then your son will make fun of you. They'll call you an extreme righty, an extreme whatever, his name. He will make fun of his own parents. I have people who send their kids to university, make fun of God, make fun of the religion, make fun of righties. They are all kinds of horrible things. And now they're realizing the mistake they make. And plus, they pay $40,000 a year. Multiply by 5, 6 years, pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to make their children lefty liberals like Bernie Sanders. This is what's going on. Pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to turn your son all kinds of terrorism, liberation, they call it, legal school. Didn't you read the Tanakh? Tanakh is the most accurate historical document. Nobody argued about it, not Christians and not even Muslims. They accepted the Torah and the Tanakh. In the Tanakh, it's already talking about Jews living in Israel 3,000 years ago, in the time of David. There was no Palestinian nation until 50 years ago. They never had an history. No flag, no anthem, no army, no representative in the United Nations, no state, no nothing. There's no such thing, Palestine. The word Palestine was made by the Romans after the Philistines. No such thing, Palestine. It's a made-up nation. And all the anti-Semite words cooperate with the scam. And who is leading the scam? Liberal Jews. They are the ones. They are giving some of them donate so much money to this scam. Look at Bernie Sanders, how he's trying to have the Hamas, to have Gaza, when his own brothers and sisters are being attacked by drones and missiles for years, day after day, night after night, trying to live a life. You walk with bombs falling on your head every hour, missiles, sirens, every day, sirens, non-stop. That's what they do, shoot civilians. That's the reality of the time. So that I'm worried more about the enemy within wow, the dangerous. Well, comparing it, that's what Hitler's saying. He's gonna go after minorities, he's gonna go after Jews, he's gonna go after that. There was nobody better to the Jews not in the history of the United States. Well, how can you twist everything 180 degrees? Can you name one president in the history that was more pro Israel, that did more for Israel than Trump? There were other Republican presidents, Bush and others, whatever. They didn't do 5% of what Trump did for Israel. He got so much criticism for doing certain things, recognize the Golan Heights, moving the embassy. Okay. What in return, what happened? They still think it's not just fine. Because plans always do what's wrong in the eyes of God. 100%. Last week over here on Brooklyn, we spoke about every time this democratic United States is taking action against allies, which is Israel. Hashem reacts with a national disaster, natural disaster in America. I give an example of New Orleans, some other incidents. It wasn't my idea, it was some Christian priest that made a video about it. And he shows the United States is making one decision against Israel in time of Obama, at the time of, in the New Orleans the tragedy, they did something, I don't even remember the details. The idea is shortly after, there was a disaster of one Christian pastor brought it up, and he started to compare every natural disaster. When did it happen? After this decision, and this one, and this one. And I spoke about demonstrations for Palestinians that took place in Florida. The next day, it was a huge massive, we can't destroy the whole place. So I said, you can do whatever you want, but when you have to deal with the consequences of your choices, do not open your mouth and do not complain. You're going to pay the price like a man and deal with that. You brought it on yourself. So the Muslim, they're listening to us now. Everything they say now, expect tomorrow. They cut it, they put it all over TikTok, they pay a lot of money to promote it. It goes to millions. They mean that by cutting my lecture, manipulate, that they're threatening us. We're not afraid of them. Hashem runs the world, not them and not their propaganda. If we need to get hurt, we will get hurt without it. We don't have to get hurt, nothing will help them. No matter how much propaganda. But you know what they cut out? They cut out the part that I said that a Christian leader is the one who made the video. They don't want United States to see that it's coming from Christians. They wanted to think that it comes from the Jews. That the Jews are saying that because you are not helping Israel, you are being punished. It's written in the Torah, nothing to do with Jews, Christians, or anybody else. This is what God said. Those who bless Israel, Abraham will be blessed. And those who curse Abraham will be cursed. It's a rule in the creation. You help my children, you support them, you defend them, you help them, I'm with you. You go against them, I will wipe you out. It's a verse in the Torah. Christians believe in the Torah, Muslims believe in the Torah, so the argument is over. From now on, is only manipulation. Why did he cut the part that said that a Christian person made a movement? Because it won't be effective. How are you going to create understanding? If the rabbi quotes something from a Christian leader, not the rabbi's fault, it's not the Jews. Christians themselves admit they are Americans. But let's leave that part out, and we will make it look like the rabbi is the one who said it, not the Christian that made the movement. Understand how it goes? By the way, I'm not the first one who does all these manipulations. All the lefties are very good at manipulation. They always cut parts, make it the way they want, and they're very good at putting a headline, and usually it's the exact
You are a
opposite of what the
billionaire. And
like I give you an example. In Israel, the lefty, there's nobody that hates for them. Also, they
that
left the Jews here.
your
Nobody they hates more than me. I'm the number
platform
one enemy. Why? Because I'm the only one who
has a
constantly
quality
tell
user
them every day in
experience,
your face
period.
what kind of low life they are.
If need
And
be,
how wicked
comma,
they are. And
be a
what's going to
millionaire
in the end when they
with
leave the world.
a trillionaire platform
Finally, someone can
than a
take
billionaire with a millionaire platform.
how they catch all this. A few years ago, I spoke about the Jews before the
Hey,
Nazi landed
Caspian C, how you doing, big dog?
in the
Dog, hey,
and then
I am amazing, thank God. Okay, so why? Well, firstly, what's been your life? Tell me all about it. I'm listening. I'm just changing something. Um, but that's okay. Okay, that's you know, I always got fucking shit in the hopper. Um, all right, jokes in the fire, however you want to describe it. All right, so what am I doing, dude? I don't. You may know this streamer, you may not. His name is Ori, Ouri. I talk about him a lot. He's Kick Ori. He's a medium-sized streamer, and that's okay. Look him up, Kick Ouri. I'm doing an interview with him in like 4 hours, 3 hours. Yeah, and I'm gonna read to you if you would let me what I'm gonna say, and I feel it's really important. So he contacted me. Like I would annoy the fuck out of this guy, and he thought I was just some loony guy. But then he saw my video with my shout out to him, and and he's like, "Oh, dude, you're a genius. I did not know that. And will you be on my show, on my live stream?" And I was like, "Yes." So I was supposed to do a podcast last night. I don't know what happened, guys. You know the podcast world. People fucking are so um what do you call it? Flighty. Um, so no big deal. But with Ori, Ori's a special streamer. He streams a lot. He streams like 16 hours a day, a lot of time. And he, the first thing that I noticed about him was this is a guy who just was always getting drunk, but like totally under control and very thin. Like not a fat person, just drinking Budweiser Red. And he's just really fucking hardcore. I was like, man, this guy is a throwback old school kind of person. And I he's got a great personality. So here's what I'd like to say. Well, so how's it gonna go down? I don't know, but this is what I'd like to do. Let me just do it. Oh, this would be great. I didn't practice the other one, and it went really, really well, thankfully. But the the more I practice anything, the better I get, especially with technology. And I'm having to do a lot with technology in this video. But I'm doing it on your behalf. I'm doing it on Ari's behalf. I'm doing it on behalf of all the streamers. You should know, catch me and see that like in my prior life in tech, I was I feel the best app tester in the world, and I'm really good at it. And it's just picking up patterns and things. And I still am not perfect at it, but I basically took an app that crashed publicly and made it into an uncrashable app, or as uncrashable an app as you can ever get. And I'm really proud of that. So I'm good with quality assurance and design and things like that. With that said, um, that's why like I've done this a lot. And the best way to show someone a problem is to show them with a video, because then they can see it for themselves, as opposed to saying like, well, whenever I press this, like, I don't know if that's the case. But if I show you over and over and over and over again that your shit doesn't work, that's interesting, and that can go viral. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna pretend you're Ori, but I know you're Casper. But when it comes to the technical aspects, because I'm gonna have to switch in cameras and stuff. So here's what I'll do. Um, this may not work well. Okay, can you hear me? Excellent. Okay. So um, we'll just say, hey, what's going on? And then I will. Oh, but you can't see. This is. Now, can you see me? Excellent. And I'll say, all right, well, I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I'll do all of that. I've got that down. I'll do a room tour. I'll do some shout outs to the different boards I'm in. And then I want to get to my shout out. So I'll ask him, hey, do you mind if I do some shout outs and bugs and stuff? And if he's smart, he'll be like, yeah. And I'm going to say, okay, this one's really long, but I want you to know that it's going to be very beneficial if you let me say it all, because I include a lot of shout outs to all the biggest live streamers on the internet, on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. He'll be cool. If he's not, then he's dumb as fuck, because this is how you go viral. I feel like you reach out to these different fan bases and like, oh, I like that person, I like that person, and then you kind of hear, and this is gonna give you the top 150 streamers on the internet right now. Okay, at least live stream, not the most subscribers or whatever. I mean, this week live streaming, this is the top 150, which I think is important because these people are hot. All right, so I'll say, yo, everyone, tell everyone you know to come to the Ori stream right now. We're gonna light this place on fire. We're here, no fear, get over it. Shout out to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu coin. This coin's going to the moon. In Ross by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. Eddie Craven by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. Elon Musk by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. I'm here to not only like stand up for all people, but especially streamers. And I'd like to show everyone that Kick needs some improvement, and this is majorly affecting the platform. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to another phone, and I'm just gonna show you the user experience that people are having on sign up on different devices. And Eddie, you should know that you have a really great platform, and I want to make it better. And this is an opportunity because I'm here with Ori, who's a streamer, and he wants this to be a really good platform as well. And we're just doing this because we want this to be a good platform. And I don't have a way for you to see this myself. So I'm going to use this platform. So I'm going to show you what a successful sign up looks like on right now on a Windows device. Okay, so this is what it looks like.
All right, Eddie, Santa Maria, here we go. Let's get this error. What's going to happen?
So let me explain. There's an error on the sign up. Sometimes it says server error, or sometimes it says unknown error, sometimes it doesn't. And I've tried it thousands of times. So I know this very well, but even I don't know what's going to happen. And I've tried it on over a dozen different devices, on VPNs, on iOS and Android. There's a major issue here. And this is money that the platform could be using. And it happens about 50% of the time. It works successfully like this, you'll see. Excellent. So then here's the next video. Here's where it doesn't work.
A Windows computer. So I accept. I'm gonna scroll through. Eddie, Santa Maria, are you watching this? I have this privacy policy basically memorized at this point. Here we go. You're like, why is it scrolling? It just has to get around some automation. And press the I accept button in a moment. When it does, okay, so it's gonna work, but not work.
Created the account. Here's another one.
Here we go. We are.
I'm gonna just speed it up a little bit. it's going to click right here. And here we go. Unknown error. Please try again. So, okay, so then this next error is interesting. It's a little longer, so I'm going. I know you may getting unknown error or accounts are using and t.me/AOS10I. You're going to see this is a new account. We're going to come over here. We're going to get that specific code. Fresh. All right. Here we go. Dun, dun. Got this bad boy memorized at this point. I accept. What's going to happen, Eddie? What's going to happen, Eddie? Okay, it works. Great. Now, watch. Watch. We did this earlier, but then I ran out of storage space because everything about technology stinks, and I want to improve it. Okay, so we're going to come over here, generate new email. I'm sure this video will be too long as well, and it's just going to stop. Terrible, and everything's awful. All right, now what? We're going to come over here, 5/14/1948, and what username are we going to use? Eddie, please fix it. How about 69? Username's already taken. So that's an error there. That's actually not true. Nobody has Eddie, please fix it 69. How about 56? Nobody has that. How about Eddie, please fix kick bear? We'll just throw a random word in there, B-E-A-R. Username's taken. That's a bad user experience. So I'm going to end this video. Hopefully you guys can fix this. Thanks. And the final video, I appreciate your patience. Here we go. It's your favorite rabbi. So here with us still, Eddie, please fix bear. It's not working. Because username's already taken. I mean, let's just pick something that nobody has. Username is already taken. Rabbi. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to just refresh the page. Come over here to sign up. Okay, grab a ready. And like, I want this to work so much that I'm showing you everything that I do because I know how much opportunity platform has. So just know I think it can be really great. Okay, so Eddie, please fix your platform. Username must be okay. Please fix now. All right. Here we go. We're gonna go over here, refresh, and we are going to copy this. We are going to paste this. We'll see what happens. I really never know. It's like 50-50 or 30%, 50%. Okay, here we're doing it. It's gonna work this time.
I can tell because of how long it is.
Nope.
Or it should. It should. Or this is a Windows 11. Windows 11 stinks. Oh, unknown error. Oh, it didn't work. See, I don't even know, and I've got this thing down to a science. Unknown error. Why? Dog, I don't know. Eddie, please fix your app. Santa Maria, please. You guys have 200 employees, and you're not trying the most basic things. I know that this may not seem like a major issue, but you have no idea. Oh, this is how people sign up for the platform. I want this to be the best platform that streaming's ever had, and it is going to be. But these things fix. Please.
And if people are wondering what this is on my screen, it's a little bot, just so you can see. Shout out to Auto Clicker. Every 5 seconds,
What's your favorite rabbi?
you can just press it and stop. You can program it, but as you can see, it has an overlay. All right. So not only do I have bots on computers, but on mobile devices as well. Okay, so why am I showing everybody this? Because I want Kick to be so spectacularly, phenomenally successful, and I know what it takes, and it needs improvement, and it needs a lot of it. And so if it wants to be the best, then it will be the best. So with that said, um, Eddie, this goes out to you. I see everyone, and it's documented in my live stream. Sometimes people have thousands of viewers and no chatters. That doesn't happen. And so, what you need to know is people depend on these numbers to eat. This is very important to people. When people's money is on the line, it's the most important thing to them. And so, they have to be able to trust the platform. Trusting a platform as a user is very important, and trusting a platform as a streamer is very important. And when a user has this type of sign up experience and streamers have all these numbers that are all over the place, it's a bad experience for both. And I really think that you have something here. And I wouldn't be telling you this on this platform right now if I didn't think you did. All right. And again, you're going to be extremely successful. These are a few things we just have to tie up, but it needs to be done very, very quickly because time is of the essence. Moving on, I want people to know that you're a billionaire, and that is an expectation for your platform to be a quality experience. And in most ways, it is. It's really, really nice. However, if you need to be a millionaire with a trillionaire platform. I'd rather have you be that than a billionaire with a millionaire platform, meaning put more effort into this. I know you have 200 employees at Kick and 1,000 at Stake. You need to double both. I think you see, if I'm able to find this out just as a regular user on the outside, imagine what's going on in the inside. I know that you can say, well, according to long term projections and all these things, but you didn't see this coming. You have to buy automation software, and you have to pay more people to more engineers to push up updates quicker. Your platform will be so much better because of it. I want you to know that if you're watching this right now and you haven't already done so, tell everybody you know to watch this stream. This is going to go viral. We're going to clip it afterward. All of these different people who I'm going to mention here, I want you to clip, and I want you to tag them on social media. Before though, I want people to know I feel that there are some really important things for which I stand up and I talk a lot about on my platform. In addition to world peace and ending world hunger and world thirst and everything, I'm an advocate for the Equal Rights Amendment. This was something that was pushed in a great way in the 1970s, but never became a part of the Constitution. And I want people to know that I am for equal treatment of people everywhere, no matter who they are. I think that there are types of technologies that perhaps may be suppressed, one of which is a gravity battery. I think it's really important that people start looking into other types of batteries, ones that aren't lithium, that explode and that have to be mined, and a gravity battery, which uses microgravity, basically in your purse or in your pocket. It could power your battery long term. It never needs to be recharged. I think that's really important. The hydrogen car, I believe, is the future. people advocate for the electric car, which is great, but the hydrogen car is really the future. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, and also it has many advantages. I know one reason why it hasn't had mass adoption is because it's just difficult to have hydrogen stations. Or it's not difficult, but it's just they're not available. If they were available, you would see long-term adoption of the hydrogen uh, vehicle industry, and be very weary of the electric vehicle industry, especially when electricity gets very expensive. I'm a huge advocate for solar power. So please, if you haven't already, buy solar, and you can at least help yourself in the future because electricity and energy, I think, will be very expensive in the future. I'm a big advocate for the Bering Strait Tunnel. This would be a tunnel that connects Asia and North America. I think it's very important that we connect these two continents, which would give people the ability to, for instance, drive from New York City to London or New York City to Cape Town. That's a really exciting opportunity. And then additionally, I'd like to bridge or connect the Pan American Highway in the Darien Gap. If you weren't aware, the Bering Strait Tunnel would need to be about 51 miles to connect Asia to North America, and about 70 miles of the Darien Gap in Panama, between Panama and Colombia, would need to be cleared, just a roadway to complete the Pan American Highway. Once these two spots were bridged, the Bering Strait and the Darien Gap, you would be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town or Buenos Aires to London. This is a really exciting opportunity, and it isn't something that is impossible, especially over the course of a century and long-term planning. I'm a long-term thinker. I'm a long-term um, investor. Everything I do is in the future because if you haven't heard it before, I think that life extension technology is a thing, and I certainly know it's a thing, and mind uploading technology may be something that may be achievable in the future. So when I look long term, these are things that not only I want for my children, but I want for myself as well. I want people to know that Bob Lazar is a hero, in my opinion, standing up for what he believes in, and he has told the truth, I feel, for the last more than 20 years. And uh, he is the one who first disclosed element 115, and I believe that these higher level elements should be investigated more. If you're a young person, you don't know what to study, please do your best to invest in the sciences and to learn about some of the technology about which I'm going to talk later in this. Um, I want to thank Ari so much for the opportunity to be here. He's one of the most consistent streamers in the history of Kick. Here are some reasons why I think that he's an amazing streamer. He has an engaging personality that draws viewers in. He's got a wonderfully amazingly memorable face, and I think that within the first time I saw him, I knew that he was going to be a big streamer. His personality shone through the screen, and if you watch his streams, you know exactly what I'm referencing. He has unique content. You never know what he's going to be doing. I mean, anything is an opportunity for something cool with Ari. His community is amazing, and I just want him to know. Even when I first started following him, uh, literally on Kick, I noticed how much engagement he had with his community. He's really funny. I mean, you either got it or you don't, and he is a funny person. Um, I just I could go on all day about how amazing I think Ari is, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And with that, I'd like to do some shout outs to some streamers, and I'm going to run through these. And I understand that it may take a little bit of time, but just know I think it can have long term possibilities. Right now, this is the top 150 or 200 streamers on the internet right now. And so if you're a fan of any of these people, clip this, send it to them, tag them on social media. We're going viral. West Call, Neon, Aiden Ross by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, Spreen, Ilya Samiki, DRB7H, SXXB, XQC, Cry Fusi, Davo Exenzis, Mr. Stivensic, Arjavi Kosku, Ire Rothstein, Maherko, Kingteka, Odablock, Absi, Bruniger, Hype, Kang Joel, Locobra, Derek, Classy Beef, Nexus, Melstoy 271, Egg A7, Vodka Funky, Renee, Action Man. Shout out to Action Man. Action Man, I went into your Discord just like randomly the other day and I got banned. Literally, I didn't say anything. I just brought my uh, account in there. Is there any way you could get me unbanned? I'd appreciate it. And all these other people, check and see if I'm banned in your Discord because I know I am. Uh, and I will call people out. I will call people out. Just you watch. Realis PX6 Bugasa, Cheezer, Sismul, Abu Abir 16 Amaranth, Nutrua YouTube, Amaranth Unblock Me on Discord as well. Ramos 53, Dapsazan, Benaniru, Gabby, Dodo, Convi, Closer, Danalas TV, Los Poils TV, Girl of Knox. All of you unban me on Discord if you haven't already. Shout out to Hanrid. She does Kick News. It's amazing. Shout out to Kick News. You guys have an amazing platform. Shout out to Kick Clips. You guys are great too. Shout out to iShow Speed's Discord. Shout out to Aiden Ross's Discord. Leanne Kwon Mobile Esports. Garina. Me Coach. LOL Pacific Championship Series. Mobile Legends. Bang Bang Indonesia. Hong Long. Picora Chu. Set 1A1 Danadi, Bayonado TV, Krafton India Esports, Gaules, ESL Counter-Strike, O Marcola, Winda Basudara, MPL Philippines, Subaru Kazuka Channel, CBLOL, LOL, ZZZ Gaming, Nobru, Blast, Premier, Garena, Rob, Thailand, Radio Convos 89.9. Shout out to Radio. Um, DJ Mario, Masiak, Jotina, TM, R7 Tatsumaki, DNKT, Korea Ch, Bantung, Chuck, Serol, Lauren, Eroas, Capcom Fighters, Japan, Ludwig, Zin, Typical Gamer, Botan, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MPL Malaysia, PGL Dota 2, Steluda TV, Jonathan Leandi, and all the ones that are in Japan that I can't pronounce. And finally, these are the biggest Twitch people out there. Shout out to all the Twitchers. Clip this from your favorite Twitch creator. We're going viral. Clip this and put it on social media. Shout out to Cedra, Riot Games, Papa Platt, iBuy, LA's in 97, Echo Esports, something in Chinese, Japanese, Hassan Abi, Queso, Gules, OT Plo, Dakrar, ESLCS, Maximum Iron Mouse, Kason, FPS Shaka, Jason the Ween, Team Liquid, Stable Ronaldo, Jinxing C, Amina Matui, Black Boy Max, Lacey Tumbler, Bayano, Case, Kaisenat, Summit 1G, Aquino, Blast Premier, LOL Pacific, PW, Stylist Noob 4, Rubius, Comet Zero Token, Norway for You, SIR, Alan Zoka, Juan Guanizro, Elo Juan, The Greg F, Loud Coringa, PGL Dota 2, Montana Black 88, Rec Rent, Dan's Gaming, Shroud, Lord Kevin, Lyric, Gabe Pixie, Data 2, Paragon, Russia. Shout out to Sam Bond for the recent interview. Shout out to Beyonce, you're amazing. And I went through that interview, and I'm going to name all the people who I didn't know in this one. And if you're out there and you're a streamer and you're wondering, okay, so what is this about? I stream my life all the time. I have more data than any person in global history. So people like Sam Pepper, you have a huge following on social media. One shout out from you could literally shake the internet. We could make you a trillionaire. And why should you? Documenting your if this is what my project is valuable. This is why you should pay attention. You should go to my social media, find something cool, and retweet it and see what happens. Documenting your life can provide a treasure trove of data that could be valuable to researchers and businesses alike. By tracking everything from your daily routines to your purchasing habits, you can create a detailed record of your life that may be of interest to others. Companies may be willing to pay for access to this data to gain insights into consumer behavior and preferences. By sharing your data, you may be able to participate in market research studies and earn money for your participation. Social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram already collect vast amounts of personal data from users, which they use to serve targeted ads and make money. Personal data is a valuable asset, and individuals should have the right to control how it's collected, stored, and used. With the rise of the Internet of Things and wearable technology, it's easier than ever to capture and track every aspect of your life. Documenting your life can also help you identify patterns and trends in your own behavior, which can be used for personal growth and self-improvement. Personal data can be used to develop new products and services that are tailored to individual needs and preferences. The more data you have, the more insight you can gain from it, and the more valuable it becomes. Shout out to the Aiden Ross Discord again. I show speed. Um, pound sand to this one Discord called Chill Bar. They're really mean. The Chill Bar Discord server is neither chill nor a bar. I sent emojis approximately once every 5 minutes, which in someone's opinion was considered spam, and I got banned, and they would not give me a second chance. And I told them less than 24 hours ago that I was going to light them up, and I'm doing it right now. So Pound Sand of Felix, Nerdy, Quintru, Satan, FU, Sin, the Maxo, Shar, Sif, Matsui, May, Satan again, and Sin. F all y'all. Fuck y'all, all y'all. If y'all don't like me, ban me. I'm too cool for your chill box. I'll start my own chill bar with hookers and blow. Shout out to Adele, Ringo Starr, Beyonce, Paul McCartney, Taylor Swift, Drake, Elton John, Ed Sheeran, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars, Kendrick Lamar, all the Rolling Stones. On this stream, we go see the Rolling Stones at SoFi. I have it all on video from everything. I have it all archived. Bono, Slash, U2, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Coldplay. Coldplay's going to be huge. They're going to be bigger than the Beatles. Just watch. Imagine Dragons, Dua Lipa, The Weeknd, Lizzo, Travis Scott, Billy Joel. Shout out to Billy Joel's daughter. She's amazing. Ariana Grande, Fleetwood Mac, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Foo Fighters, Maroon 5, Hozier, Camila Cabello, John Mayer, Sia, Post Malone, Nicki Minaj, Shakira, Florence and the Machine, Mumford and Sons, Paramore, Jason Derulo, 21 Pilots, Panic at the Disco, Katy Perry, Pearl Jam, Blackpink, Metallica, Kings of Leon, The Killers, Beck, Jessie Ware, Nora Jones, and Tame Impala. Before we go, shout out to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The Discord is my Discord, Rabbi. Rabbi's Discord is discord.me/rabbi. By Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Shout out to the Fantasy Football League. I'm going to give shout outs to everybody now. I got Team BMU. He's the developer of the coin that's worth $300 million plus right now. And even he knows I'm all about technology. I even took screenshots of the app we're using that it had errors, and we had to send that to their developers. So just Eddie, you should know I find a lot of errors with technology, and I make people accountable. So we're fixing this app too. Shout out to Team VMU. Shout out what you say, bro. Everything that you see that's Harry Potter is because of Yo-Yo. Shout out to Yo-Yo. $1 Million Muggle of Mike D. Sproto. Shout out to Crypto Broke 88. No Coom All Glory. Shout out to the tickets, Red Cloud. Shout out to the Spastic Spatulas and Team Hurricane Nate. That's these are just really great people. And shout out to Halloween 2008 and Hurricane 814, the Sproto 69ers. These guys got me in week one. It was very difficult. Shout out to the Black Cats. Shout out to Sproto 69er and Schiller of Truth. Shout out to Bitcoin 69 420 and Speed Demon 741 Bitcoin to 6942. Shout out to Pamp Ketchum and Bitcoin Forever. Shout out to Bitcoin Obama. Shout out to Harry Potter. Shout out to President Obama. Shout out to Sonic and Sega and the number 10 and Inu. All the dogs out there, we let them out. And I want everybody to know that I love the opportunity to have told you about my project. And finally, before we go, we just want you to know that we'd like to close with this from the Talmud. What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow man. This is the whole of the law. The rest is mere commentary. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would love to take questions. Do you like it? Hold on. I don't want to hear. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say the thing about Amaranth specifically. Let me back in her Discord. Amaranth to let me back in her Discord. But the other people, I'll say let me back in your Discord. Okay. So what were you going to say? That's all I wanted to say. Of what I did, I wouldn't change too much. I'm pretty proud of it. Go ahead.
Can you put my name in the shout out?
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah. I should have thought of that. I should do that right now with all the people on here. Yeah.
Can you also shout out at least Jordan?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Caspian C. And how do you spell her name? Elisa? Yeah, no, I know. I got it.
Jordan.
Excellent.
Her real last name is short.
That's fine. Okay, Dan Bomb, Beyonce. Okay, yeah. Anybody else you want to shout out? Okay, perfect. Nope, you're good. You're good. Yeah, dude. Well, here's the thing, though. I think it's fucking brilliant because that's the top 150 streamers, and it'd be like, oh, hey, dude, did you know that so and so talked about you on Ori's stream? And like, oh no, I didn't know that. I think it's really smart. Is it not?
I think so.
Yeah, I do too. Okay, so I hope that it's clear that I'm trying to help Kick, and I may not say the thing about like I feel better just having told you that, dude, you're a billionaire with a millionaire platform. You want to be a trillionaire with a trillionaire platform, obviously, but like as of right now, it's not where it needs to be, and I think it shows. I show just as a regular user, I think enough errors that they need to take a look at their sign up process, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, man, let's go. Yeah. So is that the end of it? Um, I don't know, 2 hours or so. So what I do have to do is go. Go ahead. Yeah, yeah. And oh, oh my, wow. There was somebody in here. Oh wow, they brought in this fucking really loud sound, really like screechingly loud. Like it um it got me. Like it sent a chill up my spine. Like I was not expecting that sound. And obviously I banned the person or whatever. I did put a thing in here. The Ask Rabbi Anything. People come in here and they just want to barrage me with fucking questions, and normally it's fine. But I'm getting to the point where I'm picking up momentum, and I need this. Like I'm focused on something, and it's like, dude, I don't want to sit here and answer the same fucking 30 questions that I answer for most every other person. So if somebody's got a question and they're like blah 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 blah. I'm like, and I'm in the middle of something. I'll just say, you can ask me whatever you want. Right above here, you'll see Ask Rabbi Anything. Type any question you want. Type a list of questions. I will take a very good amount of time to make sure everyone is as perfect as I can. They're gonna be like, no, but I want to sit here and just ask questions. And it's like, dog, you don't understand. You came into my life. Right now, I'm doing my own thing. I may be listening to something. I may be sending something. I may be in the middle of a game because that's what's happening too much too. It's like I'll be in here with somebody else and somebody like, bah, 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 bah. Be like, hey, calm down. I understand that you think the show is about you, and I understand. But just know, in any room, be it real or digital, I have the biggest spotlight. And at this point, you need to take a number. So, But for the most part, I'm fine to ask people things, or I'm fine if people ask me things. But like, um, it's like, well, then I didn't. Did I tell you? No, I told Riser. There's this guy who came in here the other night, the night that I did the interview with Sam Bond, and this guy would literally, we were playing the game, we were playing the mini golf, and he came in here and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna come in here and just ask you questions just because I'm bored." And I'm like, "All right, well, just know, like, I've been answering questions all day. I just did an interview. I literally just uploaded an interview, and um, so just please know that like I'm not in the mood to answer a ton of questions right now." And he's like, "Okay," and then just started to ask me, "What are your thoughts on Aleister Crowley?" And what is, and he asked me for the next 3 hours question, to the point where after 1 hour, well, firstly, Riser left and Zoot left because I can't focus either when I'm getting asked questions. So I tried to talk to this guy, and I'm like, "Look, or we had just played golf, and he was asking me questions. I'm trying to get him to interact with us. So I'm like, download the app, come on, we can play, etc., etc." And he just asked me so many questions. I think he was drunk, and he definitely was not using language that I normally would tolerate in here. However, he was talking so much, like it was like something was wrong with him, and asking so many questions that after about an hour and a half of answering questions, I told him I wasn't going to answer any more questions, and he could ask me any more questions he had in the morning. And then for an hour and a half, he sat in here and just kept asking me questions. And it was almost like he had like some kind of mental issue about just being bored and trying to stay. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the thing is, he was from our community, so um, it was like I just never met him. Yeah, but he just came in here and just kept asking questions about Aleister Crowley and like just about any person. I'm not just an endless encyclopedia of information. I know about a minute on just about a lot of topics, but not any more than that. I mean, not like so in depth that I mean, what do? I do what everybody does. I'll go to AI, which not everybody does, but they should. If you want really, really in depth and you want to make sure it's accurate. And um, when it comes to things, I'm going to start relying more on AI, just because I know it's accurate. Especially if somebody will come in here and ask me a question about Torah, which I may know, but I'm not the world's foremost Torah scholar to just be sitting here taking difficult questions. And so it's happened before, and I've been able to answer them. I haven't had to go to AI for a Torah question yet, but I think I'm just going to start doing that, at least for Torah. And if somebody's like, "Well, out, I want to talk about Torah a lot," I'm going to say, "So do I." And so what I do is I watch literally like Torah discussions, and we can talk about them. And but this way, I know that I'm not guiding anybody in an incorrect path. Because, frankly, for most of my life,
Just have like hours, something, rabbi's office hours.
yeah, but people don't want to abide by that. They just want to come in here and ask me anything they want.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and so, and I understand that. And if they want to, that's fine. If they have a very, very deep question about any topic, like people do, if it's a general halakhic question, and I feel comfortable answering, if it's general Jewish law, I answer them. But I'm getting to the point where I don't want to. I haven't been wrong. Maybe I have been wrong a little bit here and there. Nothing on anything of um important. Little things like I'll be like, uh, I'll I'll confuse two words or something like that. But I'm speaking very quickly, and so but nothing major. And I want to continue that accuracy. And so I'm like, well, I'm at the point now where AI can answer any question basically perfectly. Why wouldn't I give people the exact correct answer every single time? And then give them my personal experience, my personal feelings on it. Do I ever see anything incorrect on AI? Yeah, I do. And that's why I can at least say, but in my opinion, or in my experience, this is what I've experienced. But then you get, I feel the best of both worlds. You're going to get the exact right data that you need. And then I can say, but just make sure it's in the correct applicable scenario where someone might be saying, whatever the case may be, there's a human touch to it as well. Um, but then I feel I'm stronger than any rabbi that there's ever been because all of my answers are right, and then I have a human touch too. You're not just getting AI, you're getting a rabbi's opinion reinforced with the beauty of technology today. Exactly. Oh, one other thing I wanted to talk about, and I didn't have a chance, was this. Um, Here's a list of technology that I want people to research. I think it's really important for the future of the world. Antimatter weaponry, weapons that utilize antimatter as a destructive force, potentially capable of immense power due to the annihilation of matter and antimatter. Brain computer interface, a direct communication pathway between the brain and an external device, enabling control or communication without physical movement. Cryogenic preservation, the process of preserving biological tissues at extremely low temperatures to prevent decomposition, potentially enabling long term storage and revival. Force field, an energy barrier or shield that deflects or absorbs incoming threats, commonly depicted in science fiction as protective technology. Fusion power, a form of power generation that harnesses the energy released by nuclear fusion reactions, potentially providing abundant and clean energy. Gravity control, the ability to manipulate gravitational fields, potentially enabling propulsion systems, artificial gravity, and other advanced technologies. Hyperspace travel, travel through higher dimensional space or alternate dimensions, potentially allowing for faster than light travel and exploration of distant regions. Invisibility cloak, a technology that renders objects invisible or camouflaged by bending light around them, often depicted in fiction as a stealth device. Nanotechnology, the manipulation of matter uh, at the atomic or molecular scale to create materials, devices, or systems with novel properties and functions. And just so people are aware, I don't just want to be an expert in nanotechnology, been there, done that, got the t-shirt. I want to be an expert in peta technology, which is one level lower. We actually like absolutely excellent. You got it. You're fine. please provide a list in glossary form numbered of what each of these technologies are? Call your mom, call your dad, call your brothers and sisters, text everyone you know to tell them to watch this stream right now because we are going viral. Yo, how are you? Just a moment. Hey, what's going on? Do I want to invest in your cryptocurrency? No. Yep, I already answered you. Appreciate it. Uh, do it in self promotion. Self promotion. Post whatever you want in self promotion. What's the number? What's the name of your cryptocurrency? Okay, well, put it down there. Yep. Doug, you can figure it out. If you can figure out a cryptocurrency and name it that, you can figure out where it says self promotion and put whatever you want in there. There you go. Dude, you're smart enough. You can figure out how to press the chat button, right? Excellent. Best wishes to it. It has a chance to be very successful. What up, dog? Cool. Like I said, that's why we have free speech channel. Put whatever you want in there.
Be on kick tonight, your interview?
Yeah, like 2.5 hours or something.
Like 2 hours?
2.5 hours.
Two and a half?
It's gonna be 7 p.m. Pacific.
7.
Got it.
What's the guy's channel again? It's KOU or
OURI.
right? Not much. On right now with chat roulette.
Yeah, probably. He's on all the time.
So he's the kid with the stash, right?
100%.
Perfect. All right. It doesn't matter if I'm not live. Set up something. Set something up. I have no problem. That'd be a good time for sure. I missed that with him in my eating. I remember there was a guy that was really. I hated him, but I told him I hate those. I could. My eating. Uh-oh. I just realized. What do you guys? I don't know. Probably. What happened? I'll say alright. That? Is it money? I owed him. I get a rundown.
Yo, dude, you know this? I love new words, and I love new words when they make sense. And this is just a really cool idea. Just xenoarchaeology, the study of alien civilizations and their artifacts, possibly through exploration of other planets or more. Xenoarchaeology. How cool of word is that? Correct. Anything that you have, it says ask Rabbi anything. Click that. Ask me any question you want. Hey, any question that you have, just ask Rabbi anything. Just put it in there. Right now, I am preparing for a podcast that I'm going to do in a couple hours. But if you ask any question there, I'll do my best to provide the best answer possible. Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Just one moment. We just started this. So, one moment and I'll fix that. Just one moment. Just one moment. Here we go. Channel permissions. Everyone, you can see it. And Caspian T, can you check now? Excellent. Perfect. Ask me anything that you want in there. Beautiful. Excellent. A terrascope, a theoretical device that allows the observation of distant planets and their environments, possibly using advanced imaging techniques. So better than a telescope, a terrascope. Sun scoop, a concept for capturing solar energy directly from the sun for transportation or power generation. Skyhook, a tethered structure in space designed to capture and accelerate objects for transport to and from orbit. Orbital ring, a proposed circular structure in orbit that could facilitate transportation and energy transfer across regions of space. Nuclear clock, a highly accurate timekeeping device that relies on nuclear transitions rather than atomic ones. Oh, I want to look into this. Nuclear clocks versus atomic clocks, but also there's another kind of clock. I think it's called an astral clock. I want to know all the different kinds of clocks. Please provide. Uh, please provide me with an answer with a list of all potential clocks possible, like atomic clock, correct. I have, and I have them right here. Just has to grow off this. It just has to grow off the side of my head. Dude, Caspian Sea.
So,
What do you mean? Do you get how the Ask Rabbi anything works? You're supposed to press the create ticket.
okay, so
Yeah, so that's not where that stuff goes.
okay, well then yeah, I know because there's no way to access. I don't have access to report to write it.
Hold on. That's what I need to know. Hold on. Just hold on. What happens when you press create ticket in Ask Rabbi anything?
Not have permission to send messages in the channel.
Okay, that's what I need. Manage channel, manage webhooks. Allow members to create, edit, or delete webhooks in this channel, which can post messages from other apps or sites. Let's try that. Okay, can you try it again, please?
Alright. Still the same thing.
Okay. Can you try it now?
Same thing.
Okay. Manage. And application. Okay. What happens when you try it now? Okay, so it's not the send messages button because I just turned it on. Okay. New channel, manage channel. Allows members to change the channel's name. Manage permit. No. Members. No. Send messages. Allows members to send messages in threads under this channel. No. Create in public threads. No. Private. Embed links. Allows members to show embedded. Attach files. Add yet. Edit. Manage messages. Manage threads. Read message from Texas. View channel. Okay. So when you try to press that button, nothing happens, right?
Let me check again. No permission. Right.
Okay, try it again. Okay, try it again. Okay, try again. Okay, try again. Nothing? I think it's this one. Hold on.
No.
Hold on. I think it's this one. Okay, now try it. Any different?
No, dude, I don't know why. It's saying that I don't have.
Allows apps that members have added to their account. Post messages on disable messages private. Application. That's application. Repull, send voice messages. Transfer messages. Manage threads. Oh, hold on. Create ticket. Post plus command. Sure. Okay. Finalize. Just okay. Ticket. Create ticket. And access. Okay. Apps. Create. Edit channel. Um. Okay. Caspian Sea.
Yes.
Okay. Go and try it now. Press that button. Let me know if it works.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I think it's possible because I'm in the chat or something.
No,
Or
no,
you're not hitting
no,
save
no, no.
or
You're doing everything right.
something.
No, you're doing everything right.
Mine-
I was just able to make one, so it works. For me, it's a permission thing. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
turning on all the permissions right now for everyone. Just a moment. Okay. So can you try?
That channel, right?
Can you try it now? The Rabbi, ask Rabbi anything.
So no permissions for that channel. But you have permissions for the Ask Rabbi Anything channel.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Ask Rabbi anything. Oh, you weren't trying that one?
I thought you wanted me to try the Create Support Ticket channel.
No, that's okay.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
This whole time I thought
It's okay.
that you were trying to create support.
It's okay. Press create support ticket.
Yeah, that one I've never had access to write in. Ask Rabbi Anything I've seen them back
Or
and forth.
I'm sorry, not create support ticket. Forget create support ticket. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Ask Rabbi anything. That's the only
Ask
one you
Rabbi
should be doing. And that's fine if you
Yes,
weren't.
I have the ability to write.
Not right. There's a button.
There's no button.
Okay, that's what I need to know. So you don't see anything in there that says
No,
ticket tool?
I just have the ability to write.
Okay. You don't see ticket tool. You don't see ticket tool? So the first thing you see is
No.
Ivory's question. Is that correct?
Ivory's question.
Okay. No.
Like,
No. No. Yeah, that's fine. I know. Okay, so channel permissions, everyone. So then view channel, yes. Manage channel. All this other stuff.
Right.
Okay, so this stuff happens. This stuff happens immediately. Interesting. Okay, there should be a use application command, use activity, use external apps. Allows apps that members added to their account to post messages when disable the messages will be private. Okay. Ask for anything. Create ticket. Okay. Do you see below where you said hi? It says ticket created, ticket 0004.
The whole field, like Rabbi, Ask Rabbi.
Yeah. No, I know it is there. Then it should be. But when you click on Ask Rabbi Anything, right below where you said hi.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, there.
Oh, there's nothing there. Okay, so you can't see some stuff. Okay, just one moment. I have to change some things. Okay, so we want you to be able to View message history. Can you see it now?
No.
So hi is the last thing you see, right?
Yep.
Okay,
My own.
I understand. Okay, excellent. Good to know. Why? Okay, help. Oh, setup command. Okay, help. Here we go. HELP. Ticket. Here we go. Command. Browse the ticket. Frequently asked questions. Select which one. Frequently. Okay. How do I create a panel? Send a panel. Grant team access to ticket. Use. Okay, automatic. How do I see what ticket? How claiming work? What is the prefix and how do I change? How do I create? How do I transfer? How do I set permission? Return. Invite. Permission. You have permissions with it. Allows you to know if you are able to use the dashboard. Where's the dashboard? Add. Remove. Add. Open. Close. Rename. Claim. Close a request. Transcript. New. Premium debug. Permission level. Ping. Help. ID. Return. Setup. Okay. Send the panel to a channel. Invite ticket to a leader. Invite. Create a panel. Did that. Send the panel to a channel. Okay. Difficult one. Ask Rabbi. Okay, I see ticket number 4. Okay, but you don't invite members. Settings. Channel permission. Everyone. View channel. Manage channel. Manage permissions. Manage webhooks. Create and send messages. Embed link. Why can't, why can't people see my ticket on Discord? But ticket make sure you have the proper bot. Oh, ticket. Okay, ticket. Troubleshooting. How do you set up ticket? Incorrect bot selection. Okay. Yo, dog. Let me in the fucking thing. Log in. Yes. Let me just log in the fucking thing.
Sorry, you guys.
No, you're good. Rabbi Rothschild on him. Channel book. General category. Okay, allowed channels. Press fuck is called. Mission. Ask Rabbi. Alright, can you check now? Right. I gotcha. Okay, now try it. Pardon me. No, I'm just creating. I'm creating a new Discord account, and I'm just gonna figure it out. Not that you're not doing a great job, you are. I just don't. Um, I gotta just figure it out. I don't. I feel bad asking you. Dude, what are you talking about? It works exactly right. Do you see it says create ticket?
Um, where, where? Under the Ask Rabbi anything? Where?
It says ticket tool. Ask Rabbi anything. To create a ticket, react with, and then it's like an envelope.
Where do I go to do that? Uh, that on my screen share. Show you.
Yeah, I
Under
appreciate.
Ask Rabbi anything?
Yeah,
Says this start. Yeah, you want me to take a screenshot of my screen?
yeah. If you would, I just
Yeah,
created.
for sure.
I just created a brand new account, and it lets me create a ticket.
Should fun.
Okay, just one moment. I appreciate all your help.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course. I don't know why it's right for me.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. It isn't looking right for you. Wow.
You see that I have ticket 04 and ticket 05 as mine.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Chat.
I see that. I see that. What you're showing, can you leave the Discord and come back? Not the whole thing. You don't have to leave it, but just close Discord and come back in. I know you
I
tried
know
this.
change it. I'll do it. Right.
Thank you.
I knew I should have left the fucking
That's
at
what
the
it was.
very least. Now I can create it.
Will you press it, please?
Yep. Creating it.
Yeah, apologies. I thank you for your
No
help.
worries. I can see this. So, alright. Now, when I can see this, it says. I can see the other one's because I'm not. That must be it.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm gonna command configuration and then permission level, allowed roles. Shut that off. Close.
I can close. I
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Okay, will you try to create an account right now?
a new Discord account.
No, 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 no. I apologize. Not a new account. Apologies. I should have thought about what I said before asking. Can you please click a new Ask Rabbi Anything request?
Request. Alright. My ticket should have already made one.
Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so let me So,
spam filter. Oh,
okay, here we go. Yeah, that is really nice. Close. Close.
Rabbi, how are you doing?
Well, thank God. How are you?
What up, CZ? I think Rabbi knows me.
Yeah, is this Bobby?
Yeah, I think, yes, it's me,
How are you, Bobby?
Fabi. We're doing all right.
Excellent. Bobby, I'm gonna be
I
doing.
haven't
I'm gonna
one
be.
day.
I'm gonna be doing an interview in a little bit, which is really exciting, with a live streamer named Ori.
With who?
His name is Ori, Orui.
I've had exciting death to religious thought, a Catholic friend of mine. And
Okay.
he has opened a lot of questions to myself.
Okay. And how's that been?
Got an update.
Okay. See you when you're back.
But it has been eye-opening. You know, I was Catholic.
Sure.
I was born Catholic. But I was a non-believer. I never believed in God. And I still don't. I still am. You know.
I understand that.
But he had some interesting point about Protestants.
And what was that?
Protestants, they do believe in the Old Testament quite a lot, or more. Catholics do.
Very well.
I assume you also are more.
Traditionally, yeah. But I can tell you that some of the beliefs that you have are, I'm sure we share a lot of them. In particular, things like,
You know, the main gripe I do have with Protestants or and with Jews, modern Jews, chosen people thing.
okay,
I don't. I, that's. I don't think it's okay.
you're, you're entitled to anything that you
Do you think that's correct? Chosen people thing.
want. Historically, it's been stated, but I think every people thinks that they are chosen. So Judaism's no different.
Yeah, but that's the main separating point from like Catholics. That Jesus Christ said that there are no chosen people. Everyone can enter the heaven.
Okay,
That's what they said. They
correct.
assume me. And if that's not the case, well, I don't.
Apologies if I'm not more vocal. I'm preparing for a podcast. I've got a couple hours
Yeah,
to do it.
whatever. I understand.
I'll tell you this. Let me put it to you this way. I think everybody can agree on it. If you want to believe in a God, whether you believe in a God or not, whether you're Protestant, Catholic, Muslim, Jew, you are Taoist, you are Hindu, whatever. You don't believe anything, you're secular, whatever. What everyone I feel can agree on is this. If you believe in a God, that God is energy. What does that mean? Basically, all those people, including Jews, Christians, Muslims, Taoists, Confucianists, Hindu, secular, whatever, they want to believe in something bigger. That's fine. That's energy. Scientists believe in energy. Secular people believe in energy. Why can't religious people believe in energy?
I guess so, forever. Anyways, Michael.
No.
Yeah, good luck with the video.
Thank you. I will tag everybody when I'm done, and be sure to watch it. And I'm gonna plug the coin. Okay.
I know you will.
Excellent.
We have built a symbiotic relationship for a long time.
Oh, absolutely. You're 100% right. And you should know that, at least in the way that I envision Judaism, that we can all be chosen. So don't feel that that is a limitation for anyone.
Yeah, I think you understand what I have said there before. Huh?
Yes, sir.
That's fine. That's Judas people think that only limited to one people, but it's whatever. Yeah.
Study Kabbalah, one should be at least 40 years old and have some required experience that I do not yet have, including starting a family. In order to study Kabbalah, traditionally, one should be at least 40 years old, and should have completed some aspects of life, such as the raising of a family, marriage, and I am not yet 40 years old, nor have I yet raised a family, thus your best resource is your local Orthodox rabbi who is 40 years old and has raised a family. I hope. All right, Caspian C, can you hear me? Can you create a support ticket and click the Ask Me Anything, Ask Rabbi Anything? Excellent. No, I did that one. create is 7. Triple. Okay, so 7 is for support. No, 7 is for oh, okay, cool. I see it. It's the support one's going for ticket. Okay, and panel trans. Okay, now would you please press? Oh wait, you can't yet. Okay, okay.
Create a new one.
I want you to create one for create support ticket and then another for ask Rabbi anything.
Create a support ticket does not have this option.
Okay, what is it?
Should. Just don't have permission. Let me come back. That'll do it last time.
It doesn't. I see it doesn't work. Set up. Create a panel. Dashboard. Alright, here we go. Dashboard. Everyone role permission. Open. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Everyone 14. Set up. Allowed. Oh wait. Settings. Everyone. Wow. Loud wolves. No fucking way. Same shit happened to me when I closed and came back. It worked. Okay. Can you check it now?
Alright. Like a charm.
Weird. Okay, cool. I answered all those guys' questions and sent them answers. So if they need it again, hopefully it'll work. Okay. Um, dude, I think time is really important, and there are types of clocks that are more accurate than we currently know. And I just quickly want you to know about them. And they are. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, maybe. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I know where I put them. Atomic clock, nuclear clock, optimal lattice clock. Like a nuclear clock utilizes nuclear transitions, potentially offering even greater accuracy than atomic clocks by measuring the energy levels of atomic nuclei. Optical lattice clock uses atoms trapped in an optical lattice, achieving precision by measuring transition and optical frequencies. The quantum clock exploits quantum entanglement and superposition for timekeeping, potentially providing unprecedented accuracy. I just think clocks are cool.
Yeah.
And when people get really, really specific about shit, they don't realize that like the clocks we use are basically bullshit. Even atomic clocks aren't that good in comparison to nuclear clocks and like astral clocks. Astral clocks are way more accurate. So it's just like when people are like, hey, you're late or you're on time, according to whom? Like according to this fucking thing that we say, but that's not even that accurate. All right. I'll be right back. All right, can you hear me? Um, I feel I didn't realize my. I feel yeah, I'm excited about this interview. I'm more excited about this interview than I was the other one, or I shouldn't say. Um, like, I know the streamer a little bit better than I know the other streamer, and so I know. I mean, I think I know. He'll just let me do what I want, which is the best thing you can do. Just basically let me wind up and fucking take off. If you want to go in there and you want to just fucking ask me every fucking question that you can, that's cool too. Just save it for the end. I mean, people want to be like, "Hey, why do you stream your life, dog?" I'm getting to that. Come on, let me fucking take off. Part of the spiel. Okay, so I went through with this little script that I have. What are we gonna talk? I just tell everybody to do the shout out, go to my shit, um, quit watching all the other streamers and come here. Call your mom, call your dad, brothers and sisters, text everyone you know. Um, I want everyone to know it. I stand up for everyone. I want peace, everyone in the world. Here's why Ari's gonna be a major streamer. Here's what I had to do. I gotta watch this other fucking one that I did. Uh, with Sam Pepper, Bomb, or not Sam Pepper, Sam Bond, and what else? Sam Bond, and thank you, Sam Bond, Graham. All right. Oh, watch my, watch my, please watch my recent like up Instagram. Uh, Caspian Sea. Can you hear me? All right, that's cool. essentially, this is the biggest cryptocurrency in global history. It's backed by data. I've been live streaming Telegram for more than a year. When I started with the coin, it was worth less than a penny. Like 2 weeks ago, it was worth like 7 cents. Last week, it was at 31 cents. It has like a $300 million market cap, so it's a very serious coin. Aiden Ross has said that he's going to perhaps buy into it allegedly. He should. Anybody else should as well because it's going to be really big. Reason why is I've been live streaming in a Telegram 24/7 taking questions for more than a year. Over here, I'm in some Discord. You're going to see I'm in a whole bunch of Discords. All these devices are in Discord.
Holy shit!
Oh, yeah. This is a big deal, my friend. You're live on Discord here and live on YouTube here.
Okay.
The different platforms on which I am are YouTube, Discord, Telegram. Currently, I'm live on all those. Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Bilibili, which is huge in China. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on quite a few different ones. It's really pretty phenomenal, and I do my best to multi-stream, to be uncancelable. So if YouTube doesn't like what I say, that's fine. I'm still archived on all over the internet, and some of my streams aren't even labeled with my name on them, so they're essentially archived for the world. And I've done what I can to essentially create a time capsule for humanity. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You've been able to watch my life in 360 degrees, 24/7 for more than 3 years. And when the world finds out about this, it's going to be very, very exciting.
I think so too. I think it's definitely interesting. Wait, so if you're live all the time, like, how do you masturbate?
Yeah, great question. So one of the things that we do in our community is we do our best not to coom, so to speak. If I do have to do anything, generally I'll just get under the covers, and no one knows what I'm doing under the covers. But yeah, I do my best to essentially retain as best as possible. The more I retain, the higher the coin goes. Like I said, it's a $300 million market cap. Absolutely. Here, let me give you a so over here behind me, we're watching History of Judaism lectures.
Oh yeah, you are Jewish, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we've got over here in the corner another YouTube and all the other things that I said. Bilibili, Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's not. It's big in South Korea. I'm on Odyssey, you name it, I'm on it. Except
wow.
Okay. Over here we have my kickbots. So this is really the exciting part. You're going to see front and center the kickbots.
Okay.
So here it is with a random email, and it's typing. You're going to see it's got a pink cursor.
Yes.
And
bro, you guys
now it's
can't
going to
tell
get
me
the
this isn't
6-digit
entertaining.
security code.
It's so interesting.
Shout out to Eddie.
Yes, we love Eddie. We love Eddie.
And shout out to Santa Maria. He's an excellent admin. And you guys should know I'm going to make your platform bigger than any platform in global history. So this is just temporary until I go viral. Then I stop spamming everybody, and we start doing some really good things with the world. And so shout out to Eddie. He's created a wonderful platform. He's very open to people, and when he does his weekly calls, I think that he does an amazing job with those. And then Santa Maria, I'd like to clear something up. He received a candle middle finger from me allegedly, and I did not send that to him. Just so you can see my face, I did not send it to you, Santa Maria. I wouldn't do that. That's not my character. I don't rock like that. So whoever did that, they're impersonating me. So I'd impersonate at least one out there.
Wow.
What you're gonna see, yeah, but no harm. All love to those guys. So what you're gonna see here is it's using a temporary email address, and this is really exciting. It's getting that 6-digit code that everybody needs to log into their account, and it's doing it all automated. I mean, you see my hands here, and it's going to post it now. This is for Eddie and Santa Maria. This doesn't always work, so you have some user.
Wait, whoa. Okay.
They're trying to join your platform, and they're unable to. They get some unknown error, and so you guys are seeing it right now. It may let me in, it may not, but this only works 33% of the time, and I can tell you that other people have issues with it too. It's not just me. It's not just VPN. So what you're going to do, it just takes a few moments. It's going to press the I accept button, and what you just did. So as we see it work this time, so its name is Jordan Rabbi's Discord with a random number generator. And then what it's going to do is shout out to all the people on the front page right now. And it's got to close some boxes, which you'll be able to see it do. And then it's going to automatically scroll all the way to the bottom of the page because I want it to be able to have the opportunity basically to load the page in its entirety. I have it shut off some different notification and things just to make sure that the bot continues to be as consistent as possible. So you see its little fingers moving here. My hands are right here. Yeah. It's really pretty cool. I mean, did you make this yourself? I did. Yeah. So I've got another one that I built as well right here, right next to it, and then I have this one here. This one's a little different. This one's in iShowSpeed. He's a YouTuber, if you know who that is. Yeah. I'm live in his Discord right now, and his moderation team. Some of them like me, some of them don't. Some of them think it's funny to just kind of boot me, not kick me from the whole server, just like kick me from the PC. So I created a bot. Here you can see whenever I get kicked out of this. So like when you get kicked out, it looks like this. And so if that ever happens, I just have to turn the bot on, and you watch with my hands here. It'll log me back in, and then it'll turn on my camera, and so I don't have to pay attention to that. So over here, yeah, dude, this is high tech stuff. So over here, what you're gonna see, this bot is going to take that big thing of text that I usually churn out, and it can use that to spam. And as you can tell, this is that thing that I send out basically where we talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology, all of that. And it's all automated. Essentially, what it will do is it will recognize what it needs to, and it recognizes that the account did not log in for some reason correctly. It will start the whole process all over again. So to save time a little bit, just so you can see how it actually spams, just for a moment, and I'll show you. I'm using a piece of software.
I'm going to ask him if he thinks he's a better coder than Nick.
It's called JitBit Macro Recorder. It's really amazing software. So what it's going to do is it looks for the next just chatting streamer, and then so like right here, shout out to Iker Farad. This guy's Turkish. He's always at the top of like you'll see him. You know exactly who this cat is. Yeah. And what's he gonna do? So it recognizes where this follow button is, and so the follow button could be anywhere on the page, and it's a very smart bot. It has basically image recognition technology, so it knows exactly where to click. It just followed him, and now it's gonna create a clip of him, and it's gonna post my Discord in here, and then it will publish it, and then once it's done publishing, it'll come in and spam. If anybody doesn't want this to happen to them, the best advice is just turn a 2-minute delay on your chat, and you'll never get any spam. So that's basically how the bots work. And then additionally, I'm in. Come over here, and I'll show you some of my other bots. I'm live on 3 different Chromebooks here. I'm live on Aiden Ross's Discord here. Neon, we can talk about Neon's Discord. Neon, get your shit together and talk to your moderators. They ban me, then they invite me back, and then every time that I try to stream, they stop me from streaming. So this goes for everybody. Fuck yeah, dog. I'm sick of this bullshit.